Hello and welcome race fans to Talladega Super Speedway, here tonight for the iRacing Fantasy Cup Series, Talladega 188, presented by Alpha Ornamental Metals. They are tonight's sponsor, solving your ornamental metal needs, including steel, aluminum, and iron. Also home of the Streamline Railing, located in Chesterfield, Virginia. You can check those guys out at facebook.com/Alpha Ornamental Metals. Tonight's race is race number 5 of the playoffs. The drivers out on track practicing right this moment. And we have quite a bit to go over here before we get everything started tonight. Let's take a look at our points and try and get a view of some of these guys out here on track. We see number 24, Dylan Canova, who ran so well last week at Dover. But coming into tonight's race, last week's winner, Jonathan Hernandez, is locked in to round number 3. That will be the round of 8. He is locked in with his victory last week at Dover. And everybody else still on the bubble here. No one else locked in by points, and nobody knocked out or eliminated by points. Anybody can make it in here with a win tonight. And currently you see Alex Pelican up there in that second position, tied with Justin Carey. So those two pretty safe on points with a solid run here tonight. But at the cut line, Brian Pizzakemi, Eric Wineland going to be tied for 8th and 9th right there on that cut line. Christopher White, Curtis Valenzuela, just 1 point back apiece. So it is tight around there. Justin Boyles, Chris Etcheper, 13 points up above the cut line, but definitely not safe just yet. Jacob Shorba with his 2 wins and his playoff points is well up there. Not quite the run he wanted last week at Dover, but he comes in here relatively safe. And if he has a solid run, he'll be in good position to make it after next week's race at Kansas. But a little bit on tonight's event, Talladega Super Speedway, 2.66 mile racetrack here in Talladega, Alabama. Going to be a good race tonight. 188 laps. It is a full-length event, and we're going to be going just over 500 miles here with these drivers as they continue to put their lap times in. You can actually see who's fastest with Alex Link and Alex Pelican, the fastest on the boards as practice coming to a close, and these drivers going to head into their qualifying session. It's going to be a great race tonight and a lot on the line for these playoff drivers. We want to thank you for tuning in here to V-Speed. My name is Adam Baker, and I will be your commentator here tonight. We are live on Twitch right now, and you can check us out here live multiple times throughout the week. And if you haven't followed or subscribed already, we would encourage you to do so. And you can stay notified of when we go live by hitting the notification icon here. And we want to thank you for tuning in tonight and supporting us that way. You can also check us out on YouTube, where we post race replays and also stream on Monday nights. So check us out over there. Subscribe to us on that platform if you have not already. You can also check us out on Facebook, where we post race announcements before each and every broadcast throughout the week. So check us out over there and follow us if you haven't. Also on Instagram and Twitter, where we post special event announcements as well as new merchandise and weekly race announcements. So if you want to stay connected with us, check us out on all of those platforms, and we would really appreciate it. But right now, these drivers in their qualifying session, and we're looking right now at Alex Link, who was fastest in practice. And of course, Alex not in the playoff picture, but he has had a pretty solid last few races here, that 51 machine. And we'll see what he can do here as he heads towards the start-finish line all the way around that tri-oval down into turn number 1. A long ways around here. It's going to be probably around 51-second laps by my best guess. Jordan Brockle making his way out here, and he's got a new sponsor on that race car, the Pat and Benny Show, which is a Philadelphia sports podcast, and we know that they were checking out the race here tonight, so I want to welcome them to the stream if they're here. And we've got a few comments already coming in. Number 3 going to take the win tonight. Alex Pelican has been incredibly strong. As now Josh Kosick going to go to the top of the boards with a 51.29. He already completes his first timed lap. And I think that is going to do it. I'm not sure if they get 2 laps here, maybe just the 1. Rick Webb making his lap, Darren Clement. Alex Link going to the top of the boards by .065 at the moment, but that can change in an instant. We see Chris Etcheper making his way around. Chris James there in chat as well. He was so close to the victory last week, dominated the race at Dover, and just came up a little bit short. But while these guys are finishing up their qualifying session, Chris Etcheper going to second on the boards. We're going to go to a quick video here showing you what you can expect from tonight's race.
It was a beautiful day. The sun beat down. I had the radio on. I was driving. Trees flew by. Me and Del were singing. It'll run away. Yeah, I was flying. Yeah, running down a dream that never would come to me. Working on a mystery. Going where it leads. Running down a dream. Yeah, running down a dream that never would come to me. Running down a dream. Oh, yeah, running down a dream.
So that's what you can expect from tonight's event. Going to be a good one here. Some great action already this season. And we're looking to see if anybody else is making their way around. Looks like Jeremy Boucher at number 4 machine headed around the racetrack right now. His teammates, that number 10 machine and the 41, both up in the top 5. So I expect this 4 machine to be pretty quick as he makes his way now into the tri-oval. Currently going 188 miles an hour. Solo drop, but he is not going to make it back to the line, so he's actually not going to get his lap in. So that is unfortunate for Mr. Boucher. Not going to be starting up with his teammates. But let's head to the starting grid here tonight. On the pole, Daniel Hallis, the 53 machine, going to be starting on the front row here. 50.5 or 858, the only driver underneath 51 seconds. So that race car definitely looking quick here. In second, it's Justin Boyles, one of our playoff drivers, with a great lap time, 51.009. He's going to start on the outside of row number 1 here and cement his spot as a fast race car tonight. Let's take a look at the second row. Curtis Valenzuela, that number 36 machine, rolling off in third. Alex Link starting in the 4th position. Chris Etcheper starting in the 5th position. He is one of our playoff drivers. Oh, sorry about that. Rick Webb rolling off in the 6th position. 7th is Darren Clement. 8th is going to be Alan Hunt. In 9th, it's Josh Kosick, that number 6 machine, filling in here tonight. Eric Wineland, another playoff driver. He is on the outside looking in, starting in 10th here tonight. Chad Ginningsman, who's run very strongly here the last couple weeks, rolling off in 11th. Richard Springer going to be starting in the 12th position. Brandon Andrews, another playoff driver, rolling off in 13th. Jordan Brockle, who was eliminated before last week's race, is rolling off in the 14th position. Christopher White, a playoff driver, comes in 10th in the standings. He's rolling off 15th here. Mark Brannigan, another strong run for him last week. He's going to roll off in 16th. Barry Stevens going to be rolling off in the 17th position, and Matthew Benjamin starting in 18th. In 19th, it is Jonathan Hernandez locked into next round. He's rolling off in that position. In the 20th, and rounding out the top 20, is Dylan Canova in that 24 machine. Rolling off in 21st, it's Dakota Jorgensen. 22nd is Jacob Shorba, that number 95 machine. Brian Pizzakemi rolling off in 23rd, and Oscar Jensen rolling off in 24th. Alex Pelican, two-time winner this year, going to be starting in the 25th position. Justin Carey rolling off in 26th. In 27th, it's Tim Williams. 28th, he's Ryan Strunk, who's currently the 12th position in points, so he needs a good run tonight and starting deep in the field. Jeremy Ogle rolling off in 29th here. Chris Hansen starting in the 30th position. In 31st, it's Nicholas Starling, and in 32nd, Frank Weinset. 33rd is Jeremy Boucher, who didn't quite make it to the line there. Jarrett Small rolling off in 34th. And that is going to do it for our field tonight. 34 drivers here. So not too big of a field, but not too small, that's for sure. And should lead to some great racing action here tonight. Of course, tonight's race is the 5th race of the playoffs, but second here in round number 2. And a lot on the line for so many drivers. Let's take a look at our weather conditions here tonight. See what these drivers are going to be dealing with the track temp up over 120 degrees at 122 right now. Going to be a little bit slick, and the tires are going to wear a little bit quicker than they would if it was cooler here. But handling not often an issue at this racetrack, but some of these faster cars may be trimmed out with less downforce and might get loose as the runs go on, but so much downforce on these cars, so you can see the massive spoilers with the transparent sections to allow them to see through their rear windshield out the mirror and try and see the drivers behind them. But we will see speeds up and over 200 miles an hour here. Tapered spacers on these race cars, no longer the restrictor plates that we've seen in years past. And so these guys, a little bit different throttle response with the tapered spacer versus the restrictor plate, but overall about the same speeds. This pace car is making its way onto pit road. We're about to get going here for race number 2 of round 2, the iRacing Fantasy Cup Series. It's Daniel Hallis on the front row, along with the number 10 machine of Justin Boyles. Waiting on that green flag as the 53 and the 10 making their way across. And we are underway here. The iRacing Fantasy Cup Series, Dega 188, sponsored by Alpha Ornamental Metals. Daniel Hallis, a good start down low. The 10 machine, no push from behind. But he's going to drop right in and already going to cement himself in that second position. And I see single file now for the top 5, but here goes the 10 to the outside. Now going to get a push from the 51 of Alex Link, who is just going to leave his 53 teammate of Daniel Hallis in the dust. Here goes Boyles to the lead. Alex Link going to give him a big push. Curtis Valenzuela, the 17 of Rick Webb, and the 53 sitting duck down here on the inside all by himself, but now catches the draft from the 51, and he'll suck right up to the back of that race car. And we're going to bring up our ticker here so you can follow along with your favorite driver. And if you haven't already, comment who you think is going to win tonight's race or who you want us to keep an eye on, and we will try and follow along with them throughout the event. But single or double file now for about the top 10, and your pole sitter already back into the 5th position, not able to hang on to that lead, and he hasn't even led a lap as Justin Boyles was at the point there coming across the start-finish line. 36 of Curtis Valenzuela up on the high line, now getting a big push from the 17 of Rick Webb. And Webb is one that we see in the National Series in that 59 machine, but he is filling in today here for the 17 machine. But Curtis Valenzuela now starting to push out here in front as they make their way into the tri-oval. Almost 3 wide. We are 3 wide, a little ways back. The 52 in the middle. That's Brannigan. And I see tucks in behind Alan Hunt. And the field getting somewhat spread out already here, which not really a surprise. We see the 1 machine of Darren Clement stuck up high, so we are 3 wide here for about the 10th position. And filing down the back straightaway here, some stragglers at the back, and it is going to be a 3-stage race. So lap 55 is the end of stage 1, and then the lap 110 will be the end of stage 2, and then we will run to the finish from there. But currently running about 49-second laps, and we can keep things relatively clean here. It'll be a little over 2.5 hours, I think, by the time we're done here. But right now, Curtis Valenzuela leading this field. He's led a couple laps now as we work lap number 4. The 17 machine right on his back bumper, looking for a way around possibly. As he peeks left and right now. Looks like he might jump outside. No, he's going to elect to stay behind as the 53 gets to his outside. It looks like we had contact. Not sure what happened there. Maybe the 11 of Christopher White looks like he dropped a little bit. And the number 2 machine of Jordan Brockle all the way back here. 27 seconds behind your leader, no draft. And he is definitely going to go a lap down if we don't get a caution soon. So he started from the pits here, obviously missed the start of the race. And he is definitely on the back foot here, not in good shape starting this one. But luckily nobody else has lost the draft, so if he does go a lap down, he'll be the only one. And at the next caution, as long as he's not involved, he would get the lucky dog. But we are definitely battling it up here inside the top 10 at the front. Daniel Hollis has regained the lead, but the 41 of Chris Etcheper powering to the outside with Alan Hunt, giving him a big push here. We want to thank Benny on the radio for joining the stream here. Thanks for tuning in. Looks like one of the hosts on the Pat and Benny show, big sponsor on that 2 machine. As the 41, Chris Etcheper clearing the 53. They file down into turn 1. And the 53 trying to make it 3 wide. He goes 3 wide now with the left side, but he's going to tuck back in behind Etcheper. So a bold move that he actually thought twice about, but not before making that move. Darren Clement with big damage on the back of that one car. And somebody obviously ran into him, gave him a big shot at some point here, but that car crumpled the spoiler as well. Crumpled, but he's finding his way up through the middle, trying to make it 3 wide underneath Etcheper and next to Rick Webb. Now going to go up here and battle it side by side with Curtis Valenzuela and Alan Hunt. But we are under caution. Looks like maybe the 37 machine of Chris Hansen. 15 Jarrett Small. Yep, he was caught up in this one. So let's take a look at what happened here to bring up on one early in this event. Taking a look at Jarrett Small, his 15 machine. As he went into the corner, hit the 38, who really checked up. Matthew Benjamin. Let's see what happened here to Mr. Benjamin to cause this. See if we can get a better view. Going down in the corner. Just really slowed down the 15. No way to anticipate that. And that led to Jarrett Small losing control of the vehicle. He gets hit from behind by Jeremy Boucher. The 22 caught up in this a little bit. 15 up the track. The 48 of Pizzacchemi involved in this early. That car, I think he blows an engine. No, he was able to continue. But Pizzacchemi, one of our playoff drivers, in trouble early, and he comes into the race on the cut line in 8th position, tied with Eric Wineland. And Eric Wineland currently in that 19th spot, so not a good start for the 48, and his luck continues to run dry here in these last few races. Pizzacchemi didn't have quite the run that he probably hoped for at Dover. Only earning 16 points, it looks like, so finished down there in the mid-pack for sure. But he's going to try and get as much damage fixed as he can here. Jordan Brockle looks like he is going to get the... Or he's actually able to stay on the lead lap, so exactly what he was hoping for. So Brockle will remain on the lead lap. Let's take a look at the end of pit lane here. Not that end, this end, as the 17 winning the battle off Chris Etcheper, second, Alan Hunt, Curtis Valenzuela, Justin Boyles, the top 5. So Webb not taking, looks like he actually didn't even stop in his box, that 17 machine, but Chris Etcheper taking 2, Alan Hunt taking 2 as well. And so that moves them up to the second and third positions. Curtis Valenzuela, the first one on 4 tires, with only 7 laps on the tires, though not really going to be too much of a concern here. But under caution number 1 at Talladega already here. And we're going to cut quickly to a commercial break. And we'll be right back with the green flag. All right, and we are back here. The field now on their final pace lap of this caution. On lap number 10 here as they head to the back straightaway. And If you want to avoid those ads under caution, you can actually hit that subscribe button. If you haven't already subscribed to us, you get access to exclusive emotes that you can use in our chat here. You'll get the V emote, and if you upgrade to the Tier 2 or Tier 3 subscriptions, you can get other emotes as well. And if you use your Twitch Prime subscription, which if you have Amazon Prime, you can actually get a free subscription, which you can use right here on VSpeed. It goes a long way to supporting us and allowing us to bring you better content throughout the week. So we appreciate the support here. We also want to let you know that tonight's sponsor is Alpha Ornamental Metals. You can check those guys out at facebook.com/Alpha Ornamental Metals. They are located in Chesterfield, Virginia. They solve your ornamental metal needs, including steel, aluminum, and iron, also home of the Streamline railing. So check those guys out. Give them a like on Facebook. We'll put their link in the chat here, Alpha Ornamental Metals. They are a big sponsor for tonight's race, along with Rapid Fired Pizza. You may have seen the ad there under caution, but looks like the pace car is making its way onto pit road. And Chris Etcheper is your leader on the outside here. And we are waiting for that green flag. He's going to lead the entire field here along with Alan Hunt down low. Those two taking 2 tires on pit road. And 41 gets a jump here. Good restart, but did he get too far out? Now Justin Boyle's on his way. And I'm still showing the yellow flag for some reason, but looks like we are back underway here. Chris Etcheper leading the field out in front of Alan Hunt. Justin Boyle's right there behind him. Single file for the top 7 or 8 positions. Actually, all the way to about 12th position where this battle has started to heat up. The 32 of Christopher White and the 31 of Frank Weinset. Followed by Ryan Strunk, that 77 machine who did not have a good outing at Dover last week, earning only a handful of points. He got 10 points in last week's race, no playoff points to help him out. He comes into tonight's race at the bottom of the playoff grid looking for a victory or just a nice solid run, and he needs to earn some stage points to have any kind of shot at making it in. With the 38 machine, Matthew Benjamin down low. Here goes the 32, Christopher White, going to try and do it all himself up on the high line. That race car obviously very quick here as he gets a huge run. Now up next to Barry Stevens, that 19 Tracker Bass Pro Shops Camry. And yeah, the 32 just absolutely able to drive by all on his own, which I am surprised by that. He does have a hint of draft. And he goes all the way past the 51 and the 52. Now you're approaching the 36 and the 10. And he's getting a hint of draft from Richard Springer, who tucks down in line. So the only car up high is Josh Kosick as well as Christopher White. And we did have some comments in chat cheering for Kosick as well as Jordan Brockle. And Brockle, like we mentioned, started from the pits, but he is now on the lead lap, or remains on the lead lap, and he's back here in the 26th position, being pushed by Jonathan Hernandez, who is locked into next round. So in good company, he's looking for a bit of a push here. No real playoff implications to get any of these stage points, as he has already been eliminated, but looking for a victory here in that Pat and Benny show machine. Meanwhile, Josh Kosick up here battling for the lead. So that 6 car, fan favorite here in chat. Looks like he is doing a good job so far in the early goings of this race. Fast race car, that Ford EcoBoost Mustang. As he's battling for that 2nd spot right now with Alan Hunt. Gonna get a push here from Christopher White, that 32. I think quite possibly the fastest car on track, or fastest in the draft, as he was able to just power his way up on the outside without any help at all, and continues to look for some air on the nose of that race car and trying to find his way to the front of this line. But Jeremy Boucher, who was caught up in that last incident just a little bit, he is now up into the 6th position. You can see the damage on the nose of that race car is probably hindering his progress a little bit, but the 4 machine up inside the top 10 and doing a good job regardless. Everybody fairly well behaved at this point, side by side for quite a ways back, but not racing real tightly, as that high line There's plenty of room down below. Daniel Hallis now looking to make it 3 wide to try and leapfrog Barry Stevens there, that 19 machine who goes to the 3rd lane, along with the 1 of Darren Clement there to help him. And they come out of turn number 2 there, down the back straightaway. The field shuffling around, snaking down the backstretch, and working on lap number 15 right now here at Talladega. Yes, sir, that 2 machine, definitely a good looking race car tonight. Different scheme than what we're used to seeing Jordan run, but good sponsorship. Thanks for tuning in here so you can see that car on stream. Is now the 6 trying to power on the outside with the push from White. Looks like he's going to beat the 41 to the line. Give the lead to Josh Kosick, about half a car length up in front, but he has now cleared the 41. He's going to drop to the inside, leaving Christopher White all by himself up high, but that car has done a decent job by himself, but now no draft in front, so he is going to go backwards until the 4 machine gets up to the back bumper. So Boucher now actually jumps to the outside. Daniel Hallis, we'll see what he does here. And it looks like he's going to stick with the 32 and try and give him a push. The 4 machine now shuffled out to the outside, and he's going to lose some ground here as now Strunk goes on past the 4. We're going to have to drop down in line here and maybe even to the inside, but he is going to try and hold on to a top 10 spot. Slots right in front of Alex Link, the 51 machine, who's racing right there with the 52 of Mark Brannigan. Those Rick Ware racing machines doing a good job here so far in this race. And they are all inside the top 12 right now, with Daniel Hallis challenging up here in the 8th spot, trying to make his way around Curtis Valenzuela for 7th, but they battle side by side. And if you're not familiar with these large super speedway races, they are running a tapered spacer on the engines, or on their throttle bodies, so that means that these cars can't accelerate as quickly as they would. They're down on horsepower, down on acceleration, and all basically running the same speed. And due to the lack of acceleration, the draft, which is just a pocket of air created by the car in front, allows those cars behind to suck right up. And they basically run in a large pack here, essentially a 200-mile-an-hour traffic jam. As right now they're working around the speedway at 197, 198, 200 miles an hour down the back straightaway, and about 196 miles an hour in the turns here. So yeah, they just hit 202 at the end of the straightaway there, that 6 machine of Kosick. As the 14 machine of Springer looking to drop in behind his teammate. There's plenty of room there, but he is not quite clear of him. As it looks like we have a car, the 48 machine of Brian Pizzacchemi, who was heavily damaged in that first wreck. He works around here at about 175 miles an hour with no nose on that race car. And he's currently about 5 seconds in front of your leaders, and they'll catch him in no time. At this rate, he's running about 7 seconds a lap slower, so they'll get to him before the end of this lap. As you can see, him all by himself now in danger of going a lap down, and he's on the bubble here coming into tonight's race, so not in good shape. But Chris Etcheper now taking over the lead as the 6 of Kosick had some issues coming out of turn 2. He drops now to the 5th position, and in behind the 10 of Justin Boyles, who's been very quick here in the early laps. And the 48 of Pizzacchemi, I think just up in front of these. He's going to take it to the apron, and the entire field just going to work right on past. So a good move there. And here comes the 6 now to the outside. So he's got a fast race car and not afraid to pick that thing up here. The 10 machine of Justin Boyles down on the apron. He's able to hang on to it. But a costly mistake here. And he's able to cover, now slots up in the line, but he loses about 13 positions with that move. And just a misjudgment of where he was entering the corner. It's so easy to do if you were right on the back bumper. Now Daniel Hallis up high, challenging for the lead. Chris Etcheper down low, working on lap 20, going to be coming to lap 21 here. And it has been an intense battle at the front, that is for sure. As now going 3 wide, the 6 machine out on the outside here. The 53 of Hallis able to steal that lap away, but he is now going to lose the lead as Kosek, with a push from Darren Clement, trying to work that upper line. The 53 kind of trapped in this pocket here between the inside and outside, and we'll see if the 4 goes with him. As Jeremy Boucher trying to close in, but the damage on that nose has kept him about 2 car lengths back from most of these top cars. The 6 machine going to drop down in front of Hallis here. Let's take a look at Jacob Shorba, that rapid-fired pizza machine, right here in the 17th position. Shorba, 2 wins on the season to close out the regular season, headed into the playoffs, and he earned that #1 seed, which has helped him so far here in the playoffs. Definitely had some good runs, but not quite the run he was looking for at Dover last week. I believe caught up in an accident, as now we've got another wreck happening up here. Not sure what happened. Trying to figure out who was caught up in this. I am not sure. Let's go back here, take a look towards the front of our field, and see what happened to bring out caution number 2. We're going to go to a different view here, see if we can capture the action. Oh, there it was. I'm not sure what car that was. Possibly Jonathan Hernandez. Let's take a look. Oh, he was actually up in front of him. Okay, the 22 machine. Chad Ginningsman caught up in this one. And we apologize for how long that took. Oh, maybe it wasn't the 22. Perhaps that was the 12. Oh, the 1. That was the 1 of Darren Clement. Wow. Took me forever to find this. Sorry about that. They were battling up there. It looks like Justin Boyles tags the 1 car, and he was able to hang on to it, but being sideways on the track like that, nobody else involved is great feat by these guys. Let's just take one more look at this. The 1 car, Darren Clement, racing it up 3 wide. Justin Boyles in the middle of the 1 car. No, looks like the 10 maybe drifted up into him. And 10 of Boyles actually going to get out of here with very little damage to the race car. Not sure exactly. They didn't make hard contact, but he did drag him along that nose for quite a while as they now make their way down pit road. Justin Boyles, along with so many others, looks like Jacob Shorba, the only one going to stay out and lead a lap here. Justin Carey actually electing to stay out, that 21 machine. I haven't heard much from Carey tonight, but he has been a pretty solid contender here these last handful of races. So we'll see if the 21 can make his way or keep this track position and contend for a win here tonight. And let's see if we can get a word in with Christopher White. That 32 machine looks really, really quick, and I'd like to see what's going on with him. Let's see if we can pull him up into the booth here. Go Fast Racing Machine. Let's move him up to the booth here. Christopher White, this is Adam in the V-Speed booth. Do you have a copy? Christopher White, Adam in the V-Speed booth. Do you have a copy? Well, looks like Christopher is not available, so we will move him back down with his teammates. And Obviously, that race car very quick here. Let's see if we can talk with Josh Kosick, possibly, that 6 machine. If he is in here. I don't see Josh in here, so we are 0 for 2 here on this commercial break, or this caution break. How about Mr. Actually, let's talk with Alex Pelican. He's been strong in the playoffs here, so actually he's bringing it down pit road. 0 for 3 we go under caution. We'll get him after he comes out of the pits here, as he might be trying to pull his fuel strategy, make it to the end of the stage. I think they might be getting the 1 to go. Not just yet. They're on the 2 to go right now. So let's go back with Alex Pelican and wait until he makes his way off of pit road, and we will then pull him up. Alex Pelican, Adam in the V-Speed booth. You have a copy.
Yes, sir.
Well, Alex, it looks like you got some pretty good speed out here tonight. Obviously, you started a bit farther back in the field, but how is the race car feeling out there tonight here at Talladega?
So far it's pretty good. I mean, just riding around trying to click off some laps.
Yeah, it's definitely a long race here tonight. So, you know, we're about halfway through stage number 1. What's the goal here? Are you going to try and get as many points as you can, or are you just going to lay back till the end of this thing?
I think I'm just going to try and stay alive until the end and hopefully pick up a decent finish and that hope.
Yeah, you come into tonight's race second in the playoff standings, and you're pretty well secure at this point as long as you get a nice solid run. But you've been fast here throughout the playoffs, and you know, how much does that mean to your confidence coming into a place like this, where it's really, you know, luck of the draw ultimately?
I mean, definitely helps. I mean, it's not really a throwaway race because I mean I'm only 20 points good to the cut line, and that can be made up here. And so I mean, I just gotta get a decent finish, and hopefully it'll work out.
10-4 on that. We'll keep our eye on you here throughout the rest of this event. And before we let you go back to race, and anybody you want to give a quick shout out to?
I'd like to shout out the sponsors of the league: Alpha Ornamental Metals, Shorba's iRacing Paints, and iRacing iFly.
All right, great. Thank you so much, Alex. Thanks for the time here, and good luck with the rest of tonight's race.
10-4. Thank you.
Yes, sir. That was Alex Pelican, who comes into tonight's race with 2 wins on the season. He's currently back here deep in the field, but definitely one to keep our eye on here. Those RCR machines have been very quick in the playoffs. Right now, Josh Kosick is your leader, that 6 machine. He's led 7 laps here out of the 25 that we've run, which might be the most. Although we did see a couple other cars up there leading some laps. So pace car lights are off, it looks like. So I think we'll be getting the green flag this next time by. And yeah, let's take a look at Jordan Brockle. We've got fans in chat here. He's up to 15th position. So doing a good job here. Making up some ground after missing the start of the race. And definitely a long ways to go. We'll have to see how he does here, but so far so good for the number 2 machine. And we are approaching the green flag once again, but we want to give a shout out to tonight's sponsors. That is Alpha Ornamental Metals. We've already mentioned them a few times. We also want to shout out Shorba's iRacing Paints. If you're looking for your own custom paint scheme, head on over to Shorba's iRacing Paints on Facebook. Give those guys a call, and you can get yourself a great looking custom scheme. So many of the cars in the field here tonight running Jacob Shorba's paints, and he does a great job, very affordable prices, so check him out on Facebook. see what you can get for your own race car. Of course, we want to shout out Rapid Fired Pizza for continually sponsoring this series. And looks like pace car about to make its way off of pit road, and we'll bring up our ticker again so you can see where your favorite driver sits in the field as we are about to go green here, still in stage number 1, about halfway through at this point. And Josh Kosick, Ryan Strunk on the front row. Strunk really needing a solid run here and needs to gain quite a few points as he sits last in the playoff grid. At this point, Kosick getting a good jump here. Green flag back in the air at Talladega. Lap number 27 now on the board, and the 6th machine out in front. Here comes Christopher White, who's been so quick in these first few laps. He's been able to power around race cars all by himself, which is not easy to do here. But obviously that car trimmed out very well, and he has just been flying around this place. Up from 15th, he's now into the 3rd spot. And on the outside now, Strunk battling for the lead. He's got a big push from Jeremy Boucher. We'll see what they can do coming out of turn number 4, but Ryan Strunk wants to lead a lap here, maybe get a bonus point for doing so, but Boucher right there behind him. And they get a huge run out of turn 4. It's put Strunk to the front. Now through the tri-oval, the 4 machine a little bit wobbly on his back bumper. They drift way up the track, but the 77 able to carry the speed through the tri-oval, and now leading here. He's gonna drop down in line in front of Kosick. A late move there, and Kosick gets a big bump from Christopher White. He gets sent down onto the apron. They start stacking up behind him, able to keep it going here. And actually, that 19 machine, Barry Stevens, heavy damage on the nose of that race car. We didn't see if he was caught up in the last incident, but definitely has been caught up in something here. Looks like an issue for Strunk as he drops now to the 4th position. Daniel Hallis battling up there with Jeremy Boucher. Darren Clement, here comes Kosick now to the high side. That 6 car so strong here. Hallis, though, your pole sitter, he moves back to the point, and he's now led 4 laps here tonight. And that 53 car looking strong here in the early going of this race. But Darren Clement now a big move to the outside. He was the cause of our last caution. And he powers around the outside. Big push from the 6 car. Those two actually just going to go right around Hallis. I think they're going to clear him here. Maybe both drop down in front. And they will. So move the 1 and 6 now to the point. Hallis going to jump up high. Boucher actually not going to go with him. He looked like he might. And Strunk now going to also go down, bypass the 53, and Hallis out there wandering all by himself. Boucher now moving up top. Josh Kosick looking to lead another lap here. And he puts that nose into the wind, going to try and power around the outside of Clement. Not going to get it this time, but he's got a push from pole sitter Daniel Hallis as they work on to lap number 30 here. About a 1/6 of the way through the race, and that 6 car up here battling for the lead, as now the 4 machine of Jeremy Boucher jumps up there, gonna throw the block. Oh, Kosick, an issue. He gets turned. Kosick going around. Can the field avoid him? Oh, he gets nailed by Eric Wineland, the 24, Dylan Canova, and he got hit by someone else. So that is bad news for Kosick, who was running so strongly. I think it was just 2 points down the back straightaway at Daniel Hallis. As the 4 jumped up, the 6 right there had to check up a little bit, and he gets tagged. Let's go back and take another look at this. Josh Kosick, the 6 car, really nothing he could have done. 53, kind of a bumper hook there. He bounces off that outside wall and really did a good job of limiting the damage, but he gets nailed by the 2 car of Jordan Brockle, who goes flying off the inside wall. And the 12 machine of Eric Wineland also going to have heavy damage here. Let's go to our nose cam and see what Mr. Wineland saw as he approached this. And really not a whole lot that he could see as the car's cleared out around him. He gets tagged by the spinning 6 car, but biggest hit of the night so far, Jordan Brockle. Let's go to our in-car cam here and see what happened to Jordan. And that Pat and Benny machine going to be out of commission here early in this race. Brockle trying to find his way around, really nowhere to go as he was slowing down, but 6 car drifted down the track and Brockle hard into that inside wall. Blown engine. He's able to limp it back to pit road where he now sits for repairs, but going to be out of contention here in this one. So it was going pretty well for the 2 car, and he is going to be in trouble. Eric Wineland also heavily involved. Dylan Canova. Where is Canova on this track? He has heavy damage on that race car. He's going to bring it down pit road here. Try and get some of that fixed. But that is caution number 3 here on lap number 30. We've had 16 lead changes already in this, so very competitive at the front. And some key players in the playoff battle already caught up in incidents here. Pizzacchemi back onto the lead lap. That car no front end, but somehow he has managed to stay on the lead lap. Eric Wineland, who looks like he has blown his engine here. Wineland came in tied with Pizzacchemi. That was 8th and 9th, and Wineland looks like he might still be running. That race car idling possibly. I'm not sure if he is. I don't see any oil pressure, any RPM, anything, so he could very well have blown his motor here working back to pit road. Obviously heavy damage on that 12 car, and bad news for those 2 playoff contenders. Let's take a look at other playoff contenders below the cut line. Curtis Valenzuela, Christopher White up there battling inside the top 10. Curtis Valenzuela in 5th. Christopher White at 32 machine. He came down pit road there, and he goes all the way back to 20th. But that race car, one of the fastest on the racetrack, and he is doing a good job. He's definitely going to capitalize from those 2 having issues. But White and Valenzuela tied in 10th and 11th on the standings. Ryan Strunk also right there at the bottom of the playoff grid. He's currently in the 2nd position on track. So looking good for the 77 with those 2 having major problems, being the 48 and the 12. We are going to cut quickly to a side-by-side, and we'll be right back with the green flag. back to the track now. And again, a big shout out to tonight's sponsor, Alpha Ornamental Metals. We solve your ornamental metal needs, including steel, aluminum, and iron. Also home of the Streamline Railing. Located in Chesterfield, Virginia. You can check those guys out at facebook.com/Alpha Ornamental Metals. Also, if you are enjoying tonight's event and you're enjoying the action here in the iRacing Fantasy Cup Series, you can get your own merch, which contributes directly into the league funds here. You can head on over to vspeedsim.com/shop and get your own hat or t-shirt, which supports the iRacing Fantasy Cup Series. And the first 25 to use the code FANTASY5 will save $5 on their purchase. So you can head on over there. You can use that code on any product in the store or any purchase over $10. And only the sale of the hat or t-shirt go back to the league here, but you can use that code on anything you'd like regardless. So head on over there if you're enjoying, and support these guys, support us. We'd really appreciate that. And we are about to get going once again. Pace car is off. 77 machine of Ryan Strunk on the inside, the 41 of Chris Etcheper. And it looks like Strunk is your race leader here, in control of this restart. Going to be going back underway here. Ryan Strunk waiting for the green flag and back underway. Good jump by Chris Etcheper on that high line. The 41 gets the nose out in front here. He's going to lead that lap. See if Strunk can power back around on the inside. He's going to have a push from Brandon Andrews, another playoff driver here. The 42 machine now up to the back bumper of Strunk, and it's about a 10-car breakaway. Back behind Richard Springer, it's a little bit of a gap to Rick Webb, who has now pulled away from Barry Stevens, who has heavy damage. Christopher White now up to 12th already. And that 32 car, I think he is going to make short order of some of these race cars. And he's now up to the 11th spot. Is not sure who that is down on the apron. Looks like Rick Webb with an issue. 17 machine. Rick Webb now off the pace in 26th position. Not sure if he's just dropping out of the way in case something occurs up here, but he is out of the way for sure. Dakota Jorgensen, this number 9 machine, haven't talked too much about the Hendrick machines, but that 9 car back here in the 20th position after starting in 21st. His teammate Brian Pizzacchemi caught up in an early incident here, but he continues to drive out in the 27th spot and try and complete some laps. And his closest competitor in the point standings, Eric Wineland, still sitting on pit road with heavy damage. But back to the Hendrick machines. Jonathan Hernandez up here in the 10th spot. He's actually working on trying to capture the 9th spot, following Christopher White, who is now up to 7th. And that 32 car continues to impress here in the first part of this race. And no 24 car on track here tonight, so those are the only Hendrick machines out here in this race. But Hernandez leading the banner for Hendrick Motorsports up inside the top 10. But the 42 machine of Brandon Andrews has now jumped to the outside, and he's going to be challenging for the lead here as Ryan Strunk was able to capture that position. And the 41 of Chris Etcheper dropped in behind him. But that 42 trying to power around the outside with Richard Springer giving him a shove. Jonathan Hernandez looking to take it 3 wide, but he thinks better. Drops back in line with the 14. And now the 14 jumps up high. He saw the 88 peeking up there. And the 14 thinks to himself, I think I can lead this. But they are losing ground now. The 1 machine of Darren Clement going to give him a push. Jonathan Hernandez is going to abandon the 14. And he's going to try and leapfrog him here. The 14 getting shuffled out. And he's going to drop, I think, outside the top 10. He'll slot in line behind Christopher White in the 9th spot. But at the front, Ryan Strunk, Brandon Andrews actually going to put the nose out front here. And we are starting to close in on the end of stage 1. And if you're just tuning in, this is the iRacing Fantasy Cup Series. This is race number 2 and playoff round number 2 live from Talladega. This is a full-length race tonight. Been somewhat a race of attrition here. We started with 32 on the field. Actually, not too bad. We still have 27 on the lead lap. A couple of those do have heavy damage, but everybody doing a pretty solid job here. We've had 3 cautions as Jonathan Hernandez now peeks to the middle, going to take it 3 wide, battling for the front. Oh, the 88, big wiggle out of turn 2. Not sure if he made a little contact with Ryan Strunk, but they are able to hang on to it, and the 88, no real push, but here comes the 32, Christopher White, trying to give him a shove and get that 88 amp machine out in front. And White gonna jump up high. Strunk looking to try and throw the block here, but the 88 didn't have much of a run, so the 77 elects to stay in line, wait for a better opportunity, which I think he's probably gonna find here pretty soon. That 32 machine very quick, and in short order, I think the 88 is going to get right up there and battle, but the 32 looking to take it 3 wide. Fakes to the outside now, cuts back down to the middle lane, and they remain 2 wide here. But Hernandez is actually losing ground, a little damage on the left front of that car. And the 32 now jumps to the outside. Nope, going to tuck it back in line, so he keeps thinking about it. Maybe just trying to get some air to that radiator and cool down his engine, but nose to tail they go, about 10 or 15 cars deep. 32 Christopher White now with a push from Richard Springer, and the 36 of Curtis Valenzuela still up in the top 10 here. He needs as many stage points as he can get as he comes in outside of the top 8. Currently running in the 10th spot. Dakota Jorgensen now has powered up into the 11th spot. There goes the 4 of Jeremy Boucher. Oh, and the 32 machine goes around. And they're stacking it up. The 14 of Springer involved, and quite a few others caught up in this one. Oh, the 10 of Justin Boyles in the tail end of that gets caught up in this. He was all the way back in 20th here, and he still couldn't get around it. Let's go take a look at how it started. Possibly got turned. And we'll take a look here with Christopher White, who was battling, trying to get around Jonathan Hernandez. They were 3 wide. Ryan Strunk in the middle. Strunk in a dangerous spot there. He gets a little contact. The 32 tags him. Strunk, I think, was able to hang on to it. We'll have to see what happened with the 77 if he was. It looks like he may have saved his race. A lot of damage. That car, oh, he got nailed all over the car, and he's going to have heavy damage there. Quite a few others involved in this. Alex Pelican able to weave through it. The 38 involved, the 4 of Jeremy Boucher. And Kosick just making his way out of pit road. He avoided all that, but Richard Springer, Daniel Hallis caught up in this as well. The 9 of Jorgensen, he was caught up in that. So a few playoff contenders were caught up in this. And it's just continues to stack up the incidents here. 53, nowhere to go. The 4 really just nailed him. And then Dakota Jorgensen, heavy contact down low. And Jorgensen going to have a heavily damaged race car. The 96 machine also caught up in this. I'm not sure who that is. That's Tim Williams, who had a good run going last week. I think he actually finished up inside the top 5. So Williams here, he's going to have quite a bit of nose damage. Let's see, Jacob Shorba was able to make it through, so no issues there. Justin Boyles, didn't actually see what kind of damage he ended up with. Just a bit there on the nose, but he was not able to get through it. Let's take a look from his nose cam. Actually, let's look at Daniel Hallis first and see what this driver, the 53, saw. Really nothing he could do. Justin Boyles coming in at the tail end. The 14 was locked it down, but so much banking, he just dropped down, and the 10 actually ran right into his teammate there. And they both suffer pretty severe damage. That 10 car going to be down on straight line speed. Meanwhile, Jonathan Hernandez, who was able to escape that, he takes over your lead here with just about 10 laps to go. And Benny on the radio, I'm not totally sure. There are definitely a lot of custom diecast people on the iRacing flea market. I'll see if I can find a link to that for you here. And you can head over there, maybe ask the question to someone on that page. and they should be able to hook you up with a custom die cast. I think they usually run about $150, so not too bad at all. But that is the link to the group right there, so go over there, check those guys out. You should be able to find someone who is able to help out with that. And once again, you are watching the race tonight here live on V-Speed. We are live on Twitch. If you haven't followed already, please follow us. You can just hit the follow button right up there in the corner of the stream. We would really appreciate that. It helps us to continue to bring great content to you throughout the week. Also, check us out on YouTube if you haven't already. We post race replays over there, so you can check out last week's race, which we just posted a couple days ago. So check it out over there. Subscribe to us on that platform. And you can also see us go live there on Monday nights with the Ford Entertainment Group iRacing Flea Market Series. You can also check us out on Facebook, facebook.com/vspeedsim, where we post race announcements throughout the week, so you can stay up to date with what we're doing. Also on Instagram and Twitter, we also post announcements over there, as well as new merchandise and special events. So check us out on those platforms and give us a like or follow. We really appreciate the support. Again, if you'd like to get your own iRacing Fantasy Cup Series merchandise, you can check out our website, vspeedsim.com/shop. First 25 to use code FANTASY5 will save $5 on their purchase of $10 or more, and a portion of the sale of either the hat or t-shirt you see on the screen will go directly into the league funds here. So it helps support these guys, helps support V-Speed, and continuing to support the iRacing community. But let's hear a word from Rapid Fire Pizza, and we're going to run another quick commercial break and be right back with the green flag action. All right, and we are back just in time for the pace car to make its way down pit road. Jonathan Hernandez going to be your leader here on this start. The 42 of Brandon Andrews going to be to his outside. We're going to have 10 to go to the end of the stage when we get the green flag here. So the 88 machine has found his way to the front, and he was your winner last week. And oh, spinning the tires on that restart. Oh, he's able to hang on to it, but wow, what a bobble there. And wow, that could have been disastrous for the rest of the field if the 88 had not been able to hang on to that, but he does, and able to continue on, still double file pretty deep here. And everybody just looking to survive at this point. We did have quite a few taken out there. We're down to 23 on the lead lap, and a few of them definitely with heavy damage. And quite a few drivers still sitting on pit road from early in this. Jordan Brockle, Eric Wineland still getting damage fixed. So the field making their way through 3 and 4. Jonathan Hernandez in the front of the pack. As we are now working back under green again. To recap here, we've had 21 lead changes at the front of this field, 4 cautions so far in this event. And we are at lap 46 out of 188. And Hernandez not able to lead that lap. Brandon Andrews, I believe, beat him to the line. Possibly. It was very, very close there. But still too wide, about 10 rows deep. And I think I saw a little stack up there. Jacob Shorba, Alex Pelican dropping to the inside here and going to get out of harm's way as the 10 machine Justin Boyle still up there on track. And as these two try to find their way back up, Pelican now going to come off the banking down low, get up in front of Shorba. Shorba going to go to the outside of him, and this is 17th and 18th back here. Now Chris Hansen and Nicholas Starling in that 43 back here. And the 22 machine Chad Gittingsman 4 laps off the pace, but that car still looks to have enough speed to at least keep up with a few of these guys. So we'll see if Gittingsman can get back on that lead lap here at any point. 4 laps is quite a deficit to try and make up. Meanwhile, at the front, Hernandez continuing to lead here, and the 42 is starting to drop back. There goes the 31 machine up onto the track here. They go 3 wide. The 41 of Etcheper now to the middle, and the 1's going to take over the lead, but Etcheper going to try and get around Hernandez as they tag the wall. The 36 in the wall there. It's Valenzuela. And they are 3 wide up here. The 41 is taking sole command of this field, but the 88 now jumps to the outside, and the 42, the 19, and the 1 are 3 wide. Also the 36 in that mix. All for positions inside the top 10 here. And those top 3 have spaced themselves out by a few car lengths, but no doubt that the 42 and the 19 will make their way back up there. The 42 already closing that gap, and he's going to jump to the outside here with Jonathan Hernandez. Try and push the 88 back up to the lead. The 41 throws the block. 88 jumps out to the outside. Hernandez trying to make that power move work, and he is going to be able to make it work. He'll go to the front. The 41 tried to throw the block, but it was not enough. Somehow he was able to drop back in line, but the side draft is intense right now between these two. And I think they actually made some contact. The damage on that 88 looks like it was exaggerated a bit more as they make their way now down across the start-finish line. Chris Etcheper, your leader, as they head to lap number 50. So things heating up here at the front as there are stage points that are going to be on the line here in just a few laps. And 2 by 2 they go. Still down the back straightaway. Jonathan Hernandez, big push from Brandon Andrews. They make their way now to the front of the pack. And the 42 still pushing that 88. They've been linked up here for a good portion of this run. And the 36, 88, and 42 all electing to stay out on this last pit cycle, along with Darren Clement in that number 1 machine, who's currently up in the mix now. So obviously tires not too much of a factor, other than the restarts where we almost saw Hernandez lose lose it there. So they make their way now down into turn number 3. 2 by 2 they go, about 10 rows deep. And that is a huge breakaway then back to some of these other contenders. Alex Pelican, Jacob Shorba ways back. Matthew Benjamin, really the last car in this pack. And it's about a second back to Pelican and Shorba. And then it is about another half second back to Chris Hansen, Nicholas Starr, or the 22 machine of Chad Ginnisman. And then a long ways back here to Nicholas Starling, who has dropped. He's now 5 seconds behind Chris Hansen. So 43 just trying to avoid trouble altogether, and he's lost the draft. Meanwhile, the 88 of Fernandez looking for a stage win here and just add to his playoff points. Brandon Andrews would love to get that as he gets on the apron here, able to keep that car straight. And the 36 machine of Valenzuela trying to get a stage win as well. He would love the playoff points, the stage points, as Darren Clement jumping to the middle here. You're going to go 3 wide with the 17 of Rick Webb, who has found his way back up into contention after now his teammate, the 6 car of Kosick, 5 laps off the pace. That 6 car was just so fast, and the 17 probably running a similar setup here, and he is up in contention, battling for a top 10 spot. But Valenzuela not making a whole lot of progress right now on that outside lane. He does have right front damage from when he tagged the wall a little earlier in this run. And he's not getting a lot of help from Clement there. That 1 car really not sticking in line with him all that well. This whole field kind of drifting up off the bottom. The 53 car of Hallis in the way there with damage as these guys shuffling all over the place trying to figure out where to go. The 9 car of Jorgensen also in trouble. And Hernandez going to lose the lead. Brandon Andrews now to the point in the 41 car of Etcheper now in that 3rd lane. He's going to try and get help from Rick Webb, but they are not quite linked up yet. They're going to lose a little bit of ground until they do figure it out. But right now, Brandon Andrews with the nose out in the wind here. The 88 powering back on the outside. Curtis Valenzuela now jumping to that 3rd lane. Push from Etcheper. He's going to go to the point. So it continues to change hands at the front of this field. And 3 wide, about 3-4 rows deep. And you can tell it's coming to the end of the stage. They're going to have 1 to go here at the end of this lap, and that's going to determine the stage points. So they get to the line now. Curtis Valenzuela with the 36 out front. He's got the 41 right there on his back bumper, and Etcheper would love some of those playoff points as well, and a bunch of stage points as he comes in. Etcheper in the 7th position in points. Oh, wiggle there from the push from the 17, and they still keep it going. The 41 is able to tuck back in line, but it's going to be very close coming to the end of this stage with the 88 of Fernandez down low, looking to add to his lead and solidify himself as a contender here and possibly help make his way into Homestead. The 17, a big bump there from the 52. And we see Ryan Strunk now come down on the inside. He's trying to gain some points here late in this stage. Oh, and they make contact. The 1 machine, 88 goes around, 36 goes around, 17 off the wall. And there's the 38 caught up. Jorgensen caught up. The 41 of Etcheper got sent around, and that's going to do it for the end of the stage. That was a big, big pile up with a lot of playoff. And this is going to hurt a few of these drivers. Etcheper was trying to do the side draft. He got really close. He got a bump from the 17 that sent him down track. The 88 gets sent around, tags the 52. The 42 of Brandon Andrews caught up in this. Let's go to the in-car cam with Brandon Andrews. He was right in the heart of all of this. This is devastating to so many, I think. See that contact, Andrews really nowhere to go as the 88 was coming back down track. He gets turned by the 52. And 42 just trying to gas it up and hit the brakes at different points here. Oh, man, and you can see the 17 right there, Rick Webb. He was getting turned late in this. I don't know exactly what happened to Webb. He was sideways flying into all of this. Oh, he got turned once. Gets going straight, gets pounded by the 17, and then trying to hang on to it, gets hit by Jorgensen, sent into Etcheper. So
championship pair, one of the playoff contenders, the 42 Brandon Andrews. The 88 of Jonathan Hernandez somehow was able to hold on to most of his track position. But definitely caught up. See if Ryan Strunk was involved at all here. He was able to survive that. A great job by the 77 to make his way through. And we're going to have to figure out exactly what the finishing order was in that stage as they're all making their way on the pit road. But Ryan Strunk able to get by, and I think he's pulling a little strategy. No, that was a 4-tire pit stop. But he's going to be right up towards the front here and earning good stage points. I think he finished 3rd in the stage, so Strunk definitely helping himself out in the playoff picture, and a lot of other drivers hurting themselves. So 77 definitely helping out his cause here. Rick Webb electing to stay out with heavy damage on that race car. We'll have to get word from race control as to how that all worked out at the end of the stage. Yet. Let's see if we can pull up Ryan Strunk in that 77 car. Get a word in with him and see how he felt going through all that action. Let's see if we can find him here. And I do not see Ryan in the radio channels here, so I'll have to get a word in with somebody else. Let's get a word in with Justin Boyles. He's been caught up in a couple things. Looks like he's making his way off of pit road. Justin Boyles, this is Adam from the V-Speed booth. You got a copy?
Yeah, I got you, Adam. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good. Justin, we see you just outside the top 15 here. Or just inside the top 15 right now at the end of stage 1. I think you were able to make it through all that chaos there, but you have gotten some damage. You still got some speed left in that 10 car?
Not the last wreck right there at the end of the stage, but the one before that. I saw it pretty early, and I tried to check up, and then the banking ain't nothing but like sliding on ice, and so I had it locked down and kind of slid into my teammate, but I've gotten all the damage repaired. I'm a little bit down on power, but it don't look like we're going to have much of a field at the end. So I think I can recover and maybe get up here and compete for a top 10, maybe even top 5 if things work out.
Yeah, a lot of the contenders from the playoffs were taken out in that incident there. So you're definitely sitting in a pretty good spot. You came in 6th in the playoff standings, about 13 above the cut line. So it's the goal here at stage 2 to just try and capture as many stage points as you can and try and hold on to that lead over the cut line.
We had a strategy coming into this thing, and it was be there at the end. And unfortunately, at Talladega, when you have a strategy, that's all fine and dandy until the green flag waves. So if it's not too crazy at the end of the stage, I might try to stick my nose up there and get some points. But I want to be there at the end. And you know, like I said, we don't have much of a field, so maybe a win could be in the cards here tonight. I'd love it. It's my favorite track, my home track. I'll be at the race tomorrow, so it'd be nice to end the night here with a win.
Yes, sir, indeed. And we see you rocking the Crimson Tide paint scheme, so yeah, we'll see if you can get it done here in your hometown. And you're up inside the top 10, so you're helping out your cause in terms of the playoff picture. So good luck in the rest of the race here. And I guess before we let you go back race, anybody you want to give a shout out to real quick?
I just want to shout out these 4 teammates, this group of guys we've got that have been working together. We spent a lot of time out front. We all qualified really well. Unfortunately, a lot of us got torn up, but you know, it was a good run while we had it. Maybe we got some guys hanging out, but shout those guys out. They've been a huge help this week of all of us working together. And so also shout out Alpha Ornamental Metals and Rapid Fire Pizza for sponsoring this and allowing you guys to put it on for us.
Yes, sir. And good luck out there in the rest of this race. We hope to maybe talk to you at the end.
All right. Thank you, Adam.
That was Justin Boyles, number 10 machine. He comes in 6th in the playoff standings, currently riding 10th position on track. And he has a bit of damage, but you're lucky if you're out there with no damage at all. I think there's only, yeah, I mean, the third place car right now, Tim Williams has no nose on that race car. I think only really, let's see, Alex Pelican, that car is totally clean. Jacob Shorba, the 95 car, that car is clean as well. 34 is a little beat up. 37, Chris Hansen is in good shape. But yeah, we're definitely short on drivers at this point, at least competitive race cars. We have lost about half the field to incidents, at least half the field now about off the lead lap. So Richard Springer back here in 18th. He is currently the last driver on the lead lap. So we started with 32 in this race. We have quite a few out. It looks like 4 drivers out, quite a few getting their damage fixed, and still sitting on pit road for over 5 minutes. So quite a few of them in rough shape here, and a lot of playoff contenders not having the best luck here at Talladega. And looks like these guys are going to need some sheet metal work when it's all said and done. Maybe they should call up Alpha Ornamental Metals. They solve your ornamental metal needs, including steel, aluminum, and iron. Also home of the Streamline Railing. They are located in Chesterfield, Virginia, and you can check them out at facebook.com/Alpha Ornamental Metals, sponsor of tonight's race. So give those guys a like over there on Facebook and support them and support the league here by giving them a follow. We want to thank you for tuning in one more time here on V-Speed. I want to shout out one of our other sponsors here tonight, Renegade Coffee Bar. If you work out or you just need energy to get through your day, you can take a Renegade Coffee Bar. It's a pre-workout replacement bar made from fair trade Colombian coffee beans, and it is gluten-free and vegan, and it is a delicious solution, much more convenient than the pre-workout powders that you make shakes out of. This is just a bite-sized bar packed with caffeine and beta-alanine, which gives you power to get through your workouts and through the day. And whenever I'm kind of having a long day and kind of lagging behind, then I take one of these Renegade coffee bars and perks me right up. So check those guys out over at renegadecoffeebar.com. You can actually use the code RENEGADE20 to save 20% on your purchase over there. And give those guys your support. Delicious bars, and definitely worth trying. Also, shout out to Shorba's iRacing Paints, sponsor of this series. You can get your own custom paint scheme. You head on over to Facebook, check out Shorba's iRacing Paints, where Jacob Shorba can create a custom scheme at a very affordable price. And most of the cars in the field tonight, at least when they started, were covered in Jacob Shorba's paint schemes here. So a lot of good looking race cars, and they do a lot to help this league. So check them out, give them your support. If you're looking for your own scheme, check out Shorba's iRacing Paints. And pace car lights are off, so we're going to be back underway here in just a minute or so. 5 cautions in tonight's race. It's been extremely competitive at the front with 28 lead changes, and we very well may hit over 50 by the end of tonight's race. We are about a third of the way through here in just a couple laps, so we've been moving along pretty well, but these cautions definitely do slow you down. This is a stage caution, but also a massive incident involving multiple playoff drivers right in coincident with that stage break, so going to be a rough one here for a few of these guys, which you can tend to expect when you make it to Talladega. You have probably about a 75% chance you're going to get wrecked, so if you make it through without any damage, you are definitely one of the lucky ones. And we want to thank you so much for tuning in again. If you haven't hit that follow button, please consider doing so, or consider subscribing. We put in the chat there that you can actually link your Amazon Prime account, and you get a free subscription each and every month with Twitch Prime. And you'll get access to exclusive emotes, and you'll be able to avoid the ads that we're now able to run here in the commercial breaks. So He'll be recognized as a premier fan as well. The field about ready to get going, though. Ryan Strunk, who came in bottom of the playoff grid, he now sits your leader here, and we'll see what he can do. A bit of damage on that race car. He was able to clear that last wreck, but probably only a half dozen, maybe 10 cars in this field with damage, you know, like the 77 or cleaner, and almost everyone else significant issues with their race cars. The 77 out in front now, though, and he's going to lead the 96 of Tim Williams as we bring our ticker back up. So Tim Williams drops into second. The 19 machine, Barry Stevens, into third. The 96 actually able to jump up to the outside. That car no nose on the race car, but somehow still has enough speed to keep up here, at least on this opening lap. I think once they start getting closer to 200, as you see now, he is starting to drop back a little bit. He'll drop in front of Jacob Shorba as the 43 of Nicholas Starling powers to the outside of him with a push from Darren Clement. You can also see the 12 machine up high. That is Eric Wineland, 25 laps down. He's trying to get one of those back, if he can, the hard way. As he's going to be 3 wide here with a lot of these other cars that are just as damaged. He had heavy contact in an earlier incident that also involved his teammate there, Jordan Brockle. But the Penske car is not having a great race here. With the 22 Chad Ginningsman being the top driver right now. He's in 19th and well off the pace. Thank you, Rage13, for the follow. Supporting B-Speed here. Thanks for tuning in. Right now at the front, Ryan Strunk, who is on the outside looking in of making it to round number 3. He is currently your leader and doing everything he can to earn points early in this event. So we now cross the 3rd of the race mark. End of stage 2 is going to be at lap 110, so quite a ways to go. We'll see if these guys can keep it green throughout that run. But they continue to drive out here. A lot of drivers off the lead lap. Now 17 on the lead lap. Last of them, Richard Springer pushing Brian Pizzicemi, who has somehow maintained a lead lap position. He's in 16th right now. Pizzicemi just riding this thing out, and it's become a race of attrition, and somehow that 48 car continues to ride out here, and he's actually got decent speed, being about a second and a half a lap slower than your leaders. He's going about 188 miles an hour at his peak speed, but starting to lose touch with Nicholas Starling here, this 43 car, who was 15th. He started 31st. That 43 car, no damage at all, but he's just been riding all by himself. He's avoided trouble. He hasn't done anything crazy, and that car is as clean as can be. Chris Hansen, kind of the same situation. Been riding mid-pack, no damage at all. Alex Pelican, Jacob Shorba, definitely contenders for your championship this year. 2 wins apiece this season. They've been very quick over the last handful of races, especially in the playoffs here. Pelican dominant in the first 2 races, leading probably, I'd say, almost 90% of all the laps in those 2 races. He currently sits in 13th after starting well back in the field. Shorba also up 10 spots. He did lead a lap here under caution, has been running around 15th to 20th the whole race. Now that there are cars out, he's up a few positions. Ryan Strunk has started to fall just a little bit. Justin Carey in front here. Didn't see exactly how he got it, but that 21 car getting a push from his affiliate there, the 12 of Eric Wineland, who got pretty well beat up with a blown engine earlier in this event. He's now 25 laps down in 30th position, but really needs to make up as much ground as he can. And he will take over a couple more spots here in about 15 laps. Quite a few other drivers out, so as long as he continues to run out here, he could be looking at least a top 25 position, which definitely helps. Every point helps as he is on the cut line right now, and most likely going to be on the outside looking in, no matter where he finishes. But wants to take a little bit more of that pressure off if he can tonight. So that is where Wineland sits. We see the 15 machine, Jared Small, somebody we haven't heard much from. The Rim Riders, Camaro up there, getting a push from the 77 Strunk. And things have settled down quite a bit as the field has shrunk in the 34 and the 88, battling side by side, but Hernandez is one lap down, currently your lucky dog position, and he's trying to get it back the hard way. Hendrick Motorsports not had the best of luck tonight either. The 88 caught up in that last one. He got turned right at the front of the field, but he is trying to get back on the lead lap here. So he works down to the inside of the 34 machine. Also 48 at Pizzakemi back here in 16th. He is about 10.7 seconds off your leader. No nose on that race car. And then the final driver from Hendrick tonight, Dakota Jorgensen, was making his way through the field but got caught up, and he's out of the event now, 12 laps down in 28th position. Justin Carey continuing to lead here. We talked to Justin Boyles under that last caution, and he is doing a good job here in 7th, currently in front of Jonathan Hernandez, who's looking to the inside. Boyles trying to get a solid finish here, get as many points as possible. He'll jump to the outside, open up that inside for Hernandez, and he'll jump up here with the 77 machine as they start to go too wide now, getting a little bit more racy among the remaining drivers. Definitely a lot on the line for these guys tonight. If you're just tuning in, we're going to pull up the playoff grid. Jonathan Hernandez is locked in, so his current position on track is not all that important. He's in good shape with points as well as the win from last week at Dover. Rage 13, your top drivers are basically who you see in the playoffs here. There are a couple others that are not in the playoff picture that joined a little bit later in the season. But Jonathan Hernandez right now, 2 wins on the season. Alex Pelican has been on fire here in the playoffs with 2 wins to open up round 1. Justin Carey's been a solid driver. He currently leads the field. He's 3rd in points. Brandon Andrews caught up in that last incident. He's going to be in the 10th position right now, that 42 machine. So Brandon doing a good job here, trying to get a solid finish. Jacob Shore with 2 wins on the season. Justin Boyles also up there. He's been a contender all season. Chris Etcheper from Pizzakemi. Eric Wineland, Christopher White, Chris Valenzuela, and Ryan Strunk really up there at your top contenders this year in this series. So Justin Carey continues to lead. Jared Small trying to get something going on this outside line, but 77 has not had quite the speed that he probably hoped for at this point in the race. But Justin Boyles is up there now in the 10 car pretty quick. His teammates were up there contending for the win, and I think they're all but out of it at this point. 14 of Richard Springer is last car on the lead lap. The Stuart Haas machines not had much luck here. Chris Etcheper down here in 21st, 5 laps off the pace, and trying to just limp his way around and complete some more laps. He's currently going about 148 miles an hour all by himself, and losing a ton of time every lap, about 12 or 13 seconds a lap. So just trying to complete some more here as he is down in that area where if anybody else goes out of the race, he will be able to capitalize. But he's going to get lapped about every 4 laps at that rate. And KSI Rageaholic is actually Jordan Brockle, I believe, and he's driving the number 2 machine tonight. I'm not sure who he is a fan of in real life, but he has not had quite the luck here in the second half of this season. Really caught up in a lot of stuff, not necessarily of his own doing, but he's out of tonight's race. 21 machine, Justin Carey, continues to keep that car out in front. Good-looking race car, the IK9. Oh, and Ryan Strunk caught up here. Quite a few others. The 10 of Justin Boyles trying to hang on to. Oh, he'll slam the outside wall, still trying to save it. And he'll slide around here, spin around, and that's going to bring out a caution. I think whoever was left in this race may have just had some problems. So let's go take a look, see what happened. Take a look at Justin Boyles here. The 77 on the outside just gets loose. Turns down into the 96. The 19 goes around. And a bunch of other drivers caught up in this. Jonathan Hernandez not able to get through. Let's see who else. The 1 machine tagged in this. 96, the 51. Let's take a look at Jacob Shorba. Alex Pelican, Shorba. Nose cam here. You can see all that happening in front. They slam on the brakes. Alex Pelican right there behind him. Brandon Andrews, I think, was able to. This is a big wreck once again. Just almost every wreck has been a big one. And the 34 machine down low. 42 is able to sneak on by. A few others involved in this. The lucky dog here. I think Jonathan. Well, would have been Jonathan Hernandez, but he was definitely caught up in this. Look from his view. Really nowhere to go. Hernandez just trying to slam on the brakes here. But that is heartbreaking for drivers like Ryan Strunk. Who's really the cause of this. Not sure what happened. Just no air on the back end. He goes around and he'll get some heavy damage here. Could have been worse, I guess, but the car's not going to be in good shape. Boyles here. That car went for quite the ride. He got hit by the 1 a couple times and just overcorrected a little bit. Tags the outside wall and bounces off. It's so hard to save the car down the banking like that. He'll take it down pit road. Looks like he's going to have a long pit stop here and try and get some of that damage fixed. But we are left to really just a handful. Yeah, let's go to the 10 car on board. Like iRacer 122. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to go back that far, I think, so. Fortunately, the 10 car heavily involved here, but really almost everybody involved in that one. That brings out caution number 6, and it has been a rough one here for a lot of these playoff contenders. Jonathan Hernandez still running out there. Looks like he might be getting the wave around or trying to, but that car absolutely destroyed. No nose left on it. Pizzacchemi once again continuing to run out here, and he's probably hoping to get the front end put back on that race car. He's been on pit road for a minute and a half now as he now rolls off. Barry Stevens out here as well. He's going to get moving. The 19 machine, no nose. Justin Boyle still sitting on pit road. He is going to sit here as long as he can, get as much damage fixed. Now coming up to 2 minutes. Ryan Strunk now rolls off pit road. We're going to be left with, we have 17 on the lead lap, but Tim Williams, Justin Boyle still sitting on pit road, and we'll see if they elect to just keep it there and get as much damage fixed. Boyle's now going to leave pit road, and Tim Williams will stay, go a lap down. Jonathan Hernandez brings it down this time. So your points leader, not as successful a race as Dover last week. And that's going to bring us under another caution here. I'd love to get a word in with somebody else, but not too many left to talk to. Let's actually talk with Brian Pizzacchemi. Maybe when he gets to his pit box here. 48 car's been through the ringer tonight, and somehow still managing to stay on the lead lap. So. Brian Pizzakemi, this is Adam in the V-Speed booth. You got a copy?
Yes, I do.
Well, Brian, you got caught up early here tonight, and somehow you're still on the lead lap. You got more damage left to fix on that thing, or is that about as good as it's going to be?
It's all good. It's all I can do right now to keep this going because we're done on repairs. I'm just down significant engine, so I'm just coasting by, hoping to make it to the end.
Yeah, you're a little bit off the pace we've seen, but it's almost been a benefit to you here in this kind of middle section of the race. You've been able to avoid all of the massive wrecks that they've had up at the front. You think that thing's going to be able to run all the way to the end, or how's it going?
I'm really hoping this thing will make it. I'm doing the best I can to take care of it. Just trying to make sure the engine temps don't go too high, and hopefully be there at the end at least to salvage what we can.
Yeah, you come in on the cut line here, 8th position in the points, but basically all your closest contenders have had trouble here, so that should be at least a little bit relief, for you. As you got a little ways to go in this race still. You could actually make up quite a few points on people with where you're running. So, yeah. Any thoughts on the rest of the race, and what are you going to have to do then going into Kansas after tonight's, how tonight's gone?
Well, I'm hoping the rest of this race just calms down a little bit. We can all just go and don't have to worry about wrecking any more than we have to. But next week is just going to have to be go. I have to win. I have no other choice.
Yeah, I think it's going to be. I think you might be actually more comfortable points-wise than you think with all these guys suffering, big incidents. There are many of them laps down, but yeah, I mean, we look forward to seeing you up there. You're definitely a contender week in and week out, and obviously tonight hasn't gone your way, but good luck here in the rest of this race, and hopefully we might even be able to talk to you later.
I really hope that's not the case because there's a lot of good people here.
Yeah, that's true.
But thank you so much. This is going to be hopefully a good one.
Yeah, we'll see what happens, but good luck, and we'll catch up with you later. All right. That was Brian Pizzakemi, driver of the number 48 Hendrick Motorsports machine, and he has been able to survive here, now inside the top 10. With that car, looking the way it is, that's quite a feat. He's been able to survive this long. Out at the front, it is the number 21 machine, Justin Carey. And, looks like Storm Wolf here, the number 17 machine. That is Rick Webb. So he blew his engine here. He's going to be out of this one. So the Roush Fenway machines out of contention here, and they had some fast race cars tonight, so that is unfortunate, to say the least. But right now at the front, it is Justin Carey in that IK9 Ford Mustang, sporting the Breast Cancer Awareness Month pink camo paint scheme. So
he's still rolling out here. Carey started all the way back in 26th. He's led 12 laps tonight. Currently your leader, and he's got some help behind him in the 34 and the 95 of Jacob Shorba with a clean race car. Still really one of only, I think, 2 or 3. That being the 3 car, the 43, and the 37. As they're now approaching the start-finish line, Justin Carey getting ready to control this restart. And 21 waiting for the green flag back in the air. We are underway once again here at Talladega. And Justin Carey is your leader, one of our playoff drivers. Comes into the race 3rd in points, and he's been able to survive to this point as we now have 15 on the lead lap, and probably 3/4 of our playoff drivers have been involved in something here, and many of them out of the race, or at least multiple laps down to the point where they should not be able to recover. And it looks like these guys just trying to figure it out here, and I think we could probably have a green flag run at least to the end of the stage, and possibly even after that is up to the end of the race. But right now, the 34 machine still on the back bumper. Justin Carey, Jacob Shorba now trying to move into that third spot around Matthew Benjamin. And Alex Pelican going to drop in behind him. These drivers really up in a position we haven't seen them all race because they've been lagging back there in the lower teens or higher teens and low 20s, and just trying to avoid damage throughout this event. But they have done so and really been able to stay in contention here as they're now in the top 5. And the 43 machine, Nicholas Starling, gonna drop out of the pack here and allow these guys to continue. The 12 machine of Eric Wineland, he's now 24 laps down, so he did take a wave around there. He isn't pitted in 23 laps, but about to make up a few more spots here with quite a few drivers out of this. If he runs about 10 more laps, he'll get all the way up to 22nd in the standings, which is shows a lot for what perseverance can do. You'd never give up. And if he can get about 10 more points, that is a huge boost to his chances here going into Kansas next week. Meanwhile, at the front, it is Justin Carey. Alan Hunt has dropped into second there. Jacob Shorba in that third position. And he's going to push from Alex Pelican. Really the only two damageless cars on the racetrack. And so the 95 and 3 have found their way to the front like they have pretty much all season. And some of the best drivers here in the playoffs this season, they are now powering around the outside. The 3, big push to Shorba there, but the 21 and 34 trying to get back up there. And here comes Darren Clement, the 1 car, going to give these guys on the outside a boost. And so the 95 and 3 going to be able to clear the 21, I think. We'll see if they drop down. Shorba running about halfway down. They do come down here. And that's going to leave only the 1 and the 12 on the high line. But that 12 car, surprisingly quick for being a car 24 laps down and with tons of damage at one point in this race. They've been able to repair it very well. 15 drifting way up the track there. Not sure what happened with Jarrett Small. That car maybe not handling quite the way it should be, as they're 3 wide here. Even with so few cars, they're still battling it out. And we've got about 30 to go to the end of the stage. It's getting pretty hot and heavy here still in the top 5 as the 1 car trying to move back up to the front. He's going to get a push from the 21 of Justin Carey, and the 12 machine of Eric Wineland now back up here, and he's going to try and get another lap back the hard way. 34 in the middle, and these guys starting to catch up to Chris Etcheper, who's 5 laps off the pace, and he has just been running around here about 150 miles an hour, well out of contention speed-wise, and I think his race pretty much over in terms of having any competitive attempt there. Thank you, iRacing iFlag, for the 500 bits. Really appreciate that. And go check out iRacing iFlag, one of the sponsors of this series. They sponsor the truck series, and V-Speed works with them to help with the design of their products, as well as just generally work with them for advice. And they make some great products. Definitely the best place to go if you're looking for an iFlag, which increases your immersion in the iRacing simulator. And I'm sure quite a few of these drivers using that product. I know Jacob Shorba is actually sponsored by iRacing iFlag, and Shorba right now in the lead. So 95 machine putting on a good show here for the iRacing iFlag folks. And he's got a big push from Alex Pelican, and those two really the fastest cars in the field at this point. The 37 of Chris Hansen still has a clean race car. And then, like we mentioned before, the 43 of Nick Starling. But he is just trying to stay way back here. And he's actually giving a helping hand to some of these cars that are, well off of the pace. So Brandon Andrews with heavy damage on that car. Brian Pizzakemi, like we've said so many times, he's still hanging tough. And somehow that car is still doing almost 190 miles an hour. Actually just hit 191 right there going into turn 3. So he's still got some speed left in that car. Not quite the 200 miles an hour that we're seeing at the front of the pack, but I'm still impressed by that number 48 car. And thanks for tuning in here, iRacing iFlag. Thanks for the support tonight. Also, you got a message from KSI Rageaholic there in chat. He was sponsored tonight by the Pat and Benny Show, and he said you can catch that on iHeartRadio for Philadelphia sports fans. 94.7 WDSD in Delaware. Delaware's #1 country music radio. That's straight off the advertisement, it sounds like. But I want to appreciate those guys for tuning in tonight, and even though their driver's out of it, definitely cool to see real world sponsorship on one of these race cars. And another example of that, Rapid Fired Pizza right there on Jacob Schwarba's car. They are the sponsor of the National Series, associate sponsor of the Cup Series here. And that 95 car right up in contention now. He's in second place behind the 21. That 12 car is over 20 laps off the pace, but he's still battling, trying to get back up there and at least get a few of these laps back. He's gaining positions by the minute. He's up to 24th now, so Wineland has a lot to be proud of with sticking with it here. And obviously the Penske car is very quick, but just have not had the luck tonight. It's Chad Ginningsman really leading that team. He's in 16th, 2 laps down, and currently in the lucky dog position. But Barry Stevens, who's 39 seconds off the pace, in danger of going a lap down here in probably a couple laps. He would be the lucky dog. But Chad Ginningsman doing a good job here, at least still running this out. He also took the wave around. He is still trying to fight back into contention. That car looks pretty good overall, at least compared to quite a few, and he's still hanging tough with these leaders as we got cars jumping down on the apron. That's the 3 car of Alex Pelican, the 95 of Shorba. They've done this over and over, and it really paid off here as they see those leaders approaching a lap car. They've just gotten out of the way, and they don't want to even risk being in a wreck here, as they are playoff drivers, and as it sits right now, they're going to be right at the top of the boards, the playoff grid. So they are fighting it out up front. The 34 of Alan Hunt going to go to the front here. He has led, this will be his first lap led in that Loves Ford Mustang. Eric Wineland up high. He's trying to get lap back the hard way, but he's got no support now. And here comes the 21 jumping to the outside. 12 will give him a push, surely. That'll allow Darren Clement to get down to the inside of the 12. And the 1's drifting way up the track. He's going to get turned. Not sure what the 1 was doing there, but a very close call. He's able to hang on to it. That was a bizarre move. I really don't understand what just happened there. Clement has led 5 laps tonight. He drifted up out of the corner. He's in the middle of these two, and then all of a sudden just kind of pushes up in Eric Wineland. Good save. Costs him a lot of speed and a lot of track position as he drifts all the way back to the 10th spot now from running in about the 3rd position. Jacob Shorba, Alex Pelican right here drafting with each other, as well as the 38 of Matthew Benjamin. Top 2 have gotten away by about a half second. They have Eric Wineland, so 2 3-car breakaways, and then a little ways back to Chris Hansen. Actually, the 22 machine of Chad Ginningsman kind of sitting in the middle of all this too. Barry Stevens did go 1 lap down just a moment ago. The 38, 95, and the 3 going to go right around him. And Stevens just trying to pull any kind of draft he can from these guys. Currently driving about 187 miles an hour with that car, looking the way it is. So he'll get a nice pull down the straightaway here, which will prevent him from losing as much time as he would. But that car obviously not competitive at this point. And that gets us down to 14 on the lead lap. Justin Boyle's the last one here, that 10 car. His car is not too bad. He's pushing Ryan Strunk, those 2 playoff drivers, just trying to get something going here, but they're 36 seconds behind the leader and currently running high 52-second laps as the leader's running 49-second laps. So nearly 4 seconds a lap slower. So they'll go a lap down here, about 3-4 laps. and definitely not what you want to see. Richard Springer just up in front of them, and if they can get linked up together, they may actually pick up a little bit more time. And Brian Pizzakemi just up here, he's riding with a couple other cars. That's a 96 machine. He actually makes his way around right now. And Pizzakemi just outside the top 10, 26 seconds off your leader. But the top 10 all within 3.5 seconds. Alex Link being the last one up here on the lead lap at least. As they make their way down the back straightaway. He's got a little bit of help from the 31 machine behind him. That's Frank Weinset, who's 4 laps off the pace. So quite the mixture of lead lap and lap down cars here. And we're going to cut quickly to a green flag side by side. And we'll be back here with more racing action in just a moment.
And drivers coming down pit road, I knew they weren't going to be able to make it, and we caught this just in time, luckily. Jacob Shorba going to lead a handful of drivers down here as they make their way onto pit road. Looks like Alex Pelican, the 21 of Justin Carey, the 34 machine of Alan Hunt, and also there's another car, the 37 machine of Chris Hansen. But they make their way onto pit road. No issues, really. It looks like maybe just gas and go for sure, but 6.4 seconds. Alan Hunt here, oh, he had trouble getting in his box, so the 34 going to be well behind these other drivers. He's still trying to get hooked up in his box. He's well to the left, and yeah, just not able to line it up here. Real bad stop for the 34, but Matthew Benjamin remains the only driver on the lead lap who is not pitted. Is now Brian Pizzacchemi coming across the start-finish line. He has yet to pit as well. Matthew Benjamin is going to stay right in this pack here with some of these other cars. We got the 22 machine making his way back onto to one lap down. And Jacob Shorba looks to come out in front. Justin Carey a little ways back. Alex Pelican also a little ways back. Pelican taking a little bit longer on his stop. Not sure if he took 2 or so, or if he took just more fuel, but it was an 11-second stop. Nicholas Starling not too far behind. He pitted a few laps earlier, and Brandon Andrews right there with him. So they'll probably catch up to Alex Pelican as they ride inside the top 10 as well. And Brian Pizzacchemi here in that 9th position, continuing to roll. The leader's coming up behind him. So he's in danger of losing a lap for the first time in a while. Coming up on lap 100, we're going to have just over 10 to go here to the end of the stage. With the 48 still hanging on by a thread. The 38 right here behind him is your leader. 38, I think, coming to pit road possibly this time, as he's now at the tail end of this group of cars. And Justin Boyle's getting back on the lead lap for the moment. But that car still has not pitted, along with a handful of these other drivers. Matthew Benjamin still riding out there, 25 laps into this run. He's got 12 to go, and he's losing a lot of time to the rest of the drivers. I think actually Shorba was slower that time by with no help. The 38 still had a little bit of draft. Now these 3 hooked up, they're going to start to make up quite a bit of time as they're 40 seconds behind Benjamin. And if you look here, you might actually, yeah, you can see that. The group of cars, you could barely see them as they went through the center of 3 and 4. And Matthew Benjamin still needing to bring it down pit road here. The question is, will he do that, or is he going to try and stretch it? It'd be a long ways to go. Especially right now, he has no draft help. And meanwhile, these drivers now hooked up trying to make up time. They don't have enough time under green if the 38 can somehow make it, but Pizzacchemi still staying out. 14, Richard Springer right there behind him. Ryan Strunk on the lead lap. Justin Boyle's back on the lead lap. They are all just in front of your leader, and these 4 are now hooked up. Trying to make up some time here if they can. 41 machine Chris Echeper still making laps. He's 9 laps down now. But that 41 car was out front for 12 laps here tonight. And I think he's going to be bringing it down pit road fairly soon as well. Let's take a look at the 51 car, who's sitting here with Brandon Andrews, Nicholas Starling, Chris Hansen right here with them as well. Alex Link, real quiet race tonight. He started in 4th. I think he got caught up in something a little early, but he's been hanging around here in the top 10 all day and somehow has survived. Rage 13 stage ends at lap 110. It is unlikely that Matthew Benjamin will be able to make it. He's got 28 laps on this stint, and now with little to no drafting help.
He is going to lose time here. He won't even end up with the lead pack if he doesn't pit here fairly soon. Meanwhile, well, Matthew Benjamin running a 51.2. This group of cars here, Shorba, Carey, and Pelican, running a 49.7. Almost identical times for all three cars as they're nose to tail here. And out in front, we'll see, they don't have any help from anyone, so it's really just those three trying to make their way around. But they will continue to click off much faster laps than Matthew Benjamin, who rides now running a 51 flat that time by. That's still 1.5 seconds per lap. And unless he can somehow squeeze probably another 1.5 gallons out of this car over the next what will be 8 laps at the line here. I have a hard time believing he's going to make it. And running a 50.9 that time by. He will make his way around. That's the 96 of Tim Williams, who is now 4 laps down. Starting in 27th, he's up to 17th, but yeah, has not had the best luck here tonight. We've got quite a few drivers that are still out there. Brian Pizzakemi now has caught up to the 22 machine of Chad Gittingsman in the 12 of Eric Wineland. This group of cars lapping around here. Currently running right around 50.5-second laps, so a bit faster than your leader, actually. And they're just trying to make up as much time as possible. All these drivers laps down or on the tail end of the lead lap. And Brian Pizzakemi has done an incredible job to stay up here and in contention as he rides in 9th. Same can be said of the 22 car and the 12, who continues to make up spots. Eric Wineland now into 22nd, and he'll gain 2 more spots here in about 2 laps. So Eric Wineland looking for a top 20 after a rough start tonight. Thank you, Viking Warlord, for the subscription. Thanks for tuning in here tonight, Viking Warlord, for your support here of V-Speed. As we've got these cars making their way down pit road now, the 48 of Pizzakemi heading onto pit lane, and they all make it on nice and smooth here. That's the 48, 14, the 10 as well, and then it looks like Ryan Strunk just a little ways back here. And we'll see how they get in their boxes. 17 or 77 slid a little bit there, but he did not make it through the other side of the box. So 10 machine and the 41 or 14 all into their boxes nicely. Matthew Benjamin also came down pit road here. So Jacob Shorba and this lead pack making their way across the start-finish line. Now they will take over the top spots. So Shorba here looking for a stage win. Get all those stage points and a playoff point. Oh, thank you, Dunkin' Donuts Addict, for the gifted sub to Viking Warlord. Appreciate that. Thanks for tuning in here. And we are going to be coming up to 5 to go to the end of the stage, and this is the battle for those points. It's actually a 5-car battle. Alex Link a little ways back. He's got help from Chris Hansen. But it's 2v5, so Shorba leading this pack. He's got probably the cleanest car, along with Alex Pelican, the 3 machine. 43 is also totally clean. He's now in contention up here in the 4th spot. So all that patience has paid off here tonight, and sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Brandon Andrews still in contention somehow with all that damage. That car is still up to speed. He and Nicholas Starling actually pitted at the same time, but these top 3 all pitted together separately. And, Chris Hansen, Alex Link back here. Let's see what their gap is and if they are going to be able to get there. They continue to lose time, actually about a half second slower that time by, so I don't think they'll be able to get there and contend for the stage win. So Jacob Shorba
going to try and hold on to this. The 21 of Justin Carey would like those points as he's playoff driver. So we got 4 playoff drivers left in this top 5. And we have 10 cars left on the lead lap. Justin Boyles being the first car 1 lap down. Brian Pizzakemi a little ways back. He's got help from Richard Springer. Ryan Strunk also a little ways back. Barry Stevens now 2 laps down. Chad Gittingsman 2 laps down. Tim Williams 3 laps down as he goes now a 4th lap down again. And then Frank Weinstedt, the 31 machine, is currently 5 laps down, that 31 car. So going to be completing lap 107 here, coming to 108. 95 of Jacob Shorba continues to lead this small group that's left. These guys completing some pretty quick green flag laps now, down to 49.2 second laps as they've stuck in line, but the 21 looks to the outside a little. And he'll stay here. I don't know if he's going to have any help as he's the lone Mustang in this front pack. 1 Toyota, 1 Mustang, 3 Camaros left up here in contention. And then Alex Link in a Mustang back here in 6th. Chris Hansen in a Camaro in 7th. Matthew Benjamin back here in 8th. Well behind them is in a Mustang. Darren Clement, a Camaro, and the last car on the lead lap, another Mustang. So pretty even split between Mustangs and Camaros, and then just the 1 Toyota leading the way. So Jacob Shorba trying to hold on to this for the manufacturer, for his sponsors, and also for his playoff points, as well as stage points. If he wins this, he may very well guarantee himself, or if he wins this stage, he may very well guarantee himself into the next round just on points alone. So 95 hanging on here, going to be coming to the white flag for this stage. As the 95 leads him, Justin Carey looking to the outside, going to try and make the move. No, he stays in line. Probably be too early to make that move here. And Alex Pelican would love to get the points as well. Brandon Andrews, I don't think he's going to have a shot being in 5th right now, but anything can happen with these top drivers. And the 43 going to jump up high. That'll bring the 42 with him, and we'll see if they can make any kind of a charge here. Brandon Andrews not really able to give him the push. The 3 of Pelican going to jump up there now. Here comes the 21. They're 3 wide almost, as Jacob Shorba all by himself down low, and now the run is going to be up high. The 43 of Starling going to push Alex Pelican to the front, and that 3 car has a pretty good lead. He'll drop down. Nicholas Starling now up high, leading that line. He's going to have a help from the 42, so it's 2 versus the 1 in the middle, and then 2 down low. Shorba gives a shot to the 3. That will all but seal this stage. Alex Pelican from 3rd to 1st there, and he's going to capture the stage win. So good job by the number 3 car. Alex Pelican will win your stage. In 2nd, it was Jacob Shorba. In 3rd, Nicholas Starling. 4th, Justin Carey. 5th was Brandon Andrews. 6th was Alex Link, I believe. Yeah, probably Alex Link. 7th, I think, was Chris Hansen. Yep. 8th, going to be Matthew Benjamin. 9th, Darren Clement making his way across, and then rounding out the top 10. Last car on the lead lap, Alan Hunt. All those drivers earning stage points, and Alex Pelican earning a vital playoff point here, which only helps his chances. That 3 car has been so good here in the playoffs. Week after week, he is a contender, and once again, trying to capture another win here. He has a little damage now on the right front of that car. Didn't see how he got it, but he does have it now. See if that plays any kind of a factor here as we make our way into stage number 3. Good racing by those guys to keep it green. And looks like Richard Springer might get your lucky dog. He's the first car 1 lap down at the moment. In 11th place, Brian Pizzakemi back here in 12th. Will most likely take the wave around. Ryan Strunk also back here 1 lap down. Everybody else at least 2 laps down. And Eric Weinland now moving up into the 20th spot. He is looking to gain 1 more here as Chris Echeper is taking it behind the wall. Want to give a big shout out to our sponsor here tonight, Alpha Ornamental Metals. They're a sponsor for the league here, the iRacing Fantasy Cup Series. They solve your ornamental metal needs, including steel, aluminum, and iron. Also home of the Streamline Railing, located in Chesterfield, Virginia. You can check them out at facebook.com/Alpha Ornamental Metals. So the field now gathering themselves back up. Alex Pelican leading them out of turn 4. Quite a ways to go for many of those guys to even catch up to the field. But they're going to make their way onto pit road. Thank you, Hall of Fame status, or HOF status, for following. Thank you for the support here tonight. And thank everybody who has tuned in here to this race tonight. It's been a race of attrition for these drivers, as we've got a few of them sitting on pit road still, trying to get damage fixed, but we are down to just 10 on the lead lap. Looks like Richard Springer, Brian Pizzicami, possibly Ryan Strunk also going to take wave rounds and see who wins the battle off here. Jacob Shorba, Nicholas Starling, nose to nose at the end of pit lane. And I think Shorba might have beaten him out by just a little bit there. Let's actually see how close this was. Yeah, the 95 going to win that battle off. The 43 right next to him. Justin Carey comes out third. Chris Hansen looks like he made his way out in the 4th spot. Alex Pelican now into the 5th position after winning stage number 2. He's going to hang out here in 5th. But we're going to cut quickly to a side-by-side commercial break. And we'll be right back with more green flag racing action. we are back here. The field now going double file once again. We're going to do a quick recap on what has happened here. 7 cautions tonight, 38 total lead changes, so getting close to that number 50 that I thought we might reach here. Not too many people left in this one. We started with 32 that took the green flag, and we are now down to under 20 drivers left out here running. We've also got only 11 on the lead lap. Brian Pizzakemi taking the wave around. He is the last driver on the lead lap. So it has been a race of attrition, to say the least here. A full-length race at Talladega, and race number 2 of round 2. Always a wild card here at the Super Speedway, located in Talladega, Alabama. And we want to thank you for tuning in here so far tonight. It's been a pretty long race. They've got, I think, about an hour left in the session, so we're hoping they can actually finish this thing. But thanks for tuning in here live on Twitch. We are live here multiple times throughout the week, so if you haven't already, please consider following or subscribing. You can even use Amazon Prime to get a free subscription each and every month. So please consider doing so and supporting us in that way. You can also check us out on YouTube, where we post race replays, and we also stream on Monday nights over there. Check us out on that platform if you haven't already. You can also find us on Facebook, where we post announcements for each and every race throughout the week, as well as at Instagram and Twitter at VSpeedSim. So check us out on all of those platforms, and you can stay up to date with what we're doing throughout the week. But the drivers making their way into the tri-oval here. And we are about to go green one more time. Not too many guys left in this, so probably going to be pretty clean racing action, as we have just over 70 laps to go. And hopefully they can knock it out here all under green. But side by side for a little bit of the pack here. And Jacob Shorba breaks out to a comfortable 2-car length lead, but the 21's going to reel him back in. Nicholas Starling up high, and we'll see if he continues to run up there, if he tries to find a spot in line. Alex Pelican out here in the 4th position. Chris Hansen right there behind him. Brandon Andrews right here in line with him as well. That 12 car of Eric Wineland continues to make up positions. In 2 laps, he'll be in 19th spot. Also looks like Ryan Strunk, the number 77, who led 13 laps and got quite a few stage points at the beginning. He has taken it behind the wall. Now 4 laps down, he's gonna be out of contention here completely, and looks like he's gonna be done for the night. Meanwhile, at the front, they continue to battle it up. Jacob Shorba has led 21 laps, and he almost won the last stage, but Alex Pelican was able to sneak it on past him, and Shorba pushed him to the line. Right now, Darren Clement in that one machine trying to get back on the lead lap the hard way. He currently rides in that 12th spot, and the 12 car behind him, 24 laps down. The 43 of Nicholas Starling up here mixing it up tonight, and he's had a good run, just really laid back for the first 3 quarters of what we've run so far, and he's now in contention. The car 0 damage at all, and he's been helping out some of these other guys who have been trying to stay on the lead lap throughout the race. So you got to appreciate that for sure. Right now he's riding with Brandon Andrews and Eric Wineland in that high line as they go to make the move around Jacob Shorba. Shorba stuck in the middle here, dangerous place. Even with so few cars, it's tough to get around here 3 wide. And right now they are racing 3 wide for the lead. The 21, the 95, and the 43. It looks like Starling with the car out front. And we'll see if he makes any kind of a move here. The 12 and the 43 look like they're about to drop down to the middle lane, and they will do so. Brandon Andrews also going to drop in there with them, and that moves Shorba back, but he's right on the back bumper of Justin Carey as the inside line now powers back towards the front. double file. They go down the back straightaway. We're about to get to lap 120. Still a long ways to go in this thing. And we're gonna have probably 2 pit stops, maybe 2. Actually, yeah, definitely 2 stops. As they've already gone 7 laps. I think the fuel range is about 32 laps here, maybe a little bit less. As these cars with these huge rear spoilers are definitely tough to get through the air. And then with all that drag, they just get poor gas mileage, at least compared to what they used to be able to get. But right now at the front, it's a couple lap cars leading the way. And then Brandon Andrews battling with Justin Carey. So Brandon Andrews has found his way around Nicholas Starling and trying to get something done here. He's looking for a win. If he can get that, it'd be definitely come from behind, as he was caught up in a few different things. He's managed to remain in contention here. And about 2/3 of the way through the race, he's got the car out in front. I mean, not really in front, but it's in front of all the other lead lap cars. So, yeah, he leads a lap there. I don't know if he has led some other laps tonight in that 42 machine. But the one car drifting up the track just a little bit again. We saw him make contact with the 12 earlier and almost get sent around. We're kind of puzzled by that move. Somehow he was able to save the car, and that he has led 5 laps here tonight, as we see the 43 actually drop out to that high line along with the 37 of Chris Hansen. They are electing to kind of work together like they've done all race here. And once again, Alex Pelican, Jacob Shorba have kind of linked up, riding in the 3rd and 4th positions down low there. 38 of Matthew Benjamin, 34 of Alan Hunt are in contention here. Those machines, the Ford Mustangs, they have worked together fairly well. And they're up here inside the top 10. But right now, Pizzakemi back here, Darren Clement right on the tail end of the lead lap. He's currently your last car on the lead lap. Chad Ginnigsman also not too far behind. He's 1 lap down. And, you know, he's hoping to just stick around here. He has stayed out for 18 laps, but he did take the wave around and was able to get 1 of his 2 laps back. So he's within striking distance currently in the 13th position. And that car still has enough speed in it. He's able to get close to the leader speed. So, you know, if he can get back on the lead lap, he could be a contender here. And he'd be carrying the banner for Penske Racing tonight, who have had otherwise pretty horrible luck through the first 2/3 of this race. But at the front, the 21 machine able to power back by, or just try to power back by, but these leaders stuck behind a couple lap cars. So definitely an interesting scenario here. Those guys trying to get some laps back on them. And I don't expect really any cautions unless we have kind of a really poor lapse of judgment. It looks like we've got cars already coming down pit road. Jacob Shorba, Alex Pelican, Justin Carey. As they make their way onto the pit lane. Everybody getting down to speed. Oh, the 31 loops it behind him. And that's Frank Wineset. He spins it out here on the entry to pit road. He's already 5 laps down, so not really hurting himself all that much. That being said, Tim Williams is on the same lap, so the 31 and 96 are competing for position. As Williams will go right on pass. Frank Wineset makes it into his box. And it looks like the 21 of Justin Carey gonna beat these 2 out, but the 3 car right there next to him, so we'll have to see how they kind of organize things. Justin Carey gets to the line first, but Alex Pelican gets on the throttle a little bit quicker, and he'll jump out in front of Justin Carey. Shorba is there as well, and then Alex Link also came in with them. But he has got a little bit of a gap to make up. That might be an issue for the 51. We'll see if he can get there. He's really going to have to put the power down and hope that the draft works here. He's got a whole second to make up on the 95, and I'm not sure the draft reaches that far, although it looks like he is closing quite rapidly here on that rapid-fired pizza machine. these four have now linked up with Alex Link at the back. They are the last drivers on the lead lap, currently sitting 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th, but obviously the only ones to have pitted so far. Richard Springer also came in on the same lap, but he is currently 1 lap down in that 14 car as he tries to make his way around the 31 of Frank Weinset. Not battling for position. They're still separated by 4 laps between those two. So, meanwhile, your leaders are lapping around here with the lap cars at about 50 seconds flat, and we'll see when they make the move to pit road here, and if they can actually maintain speed with these guys on fresh tires and with full fuel. It looks like Pelican and the rest of these guys running 49.9s. And so actually running about the same speed as your top 2 here, who have now gotten around the lap cars. Matthew Benjamin right there, as well as Nicholas Starling. And then Chris Hansen lagging a little bit back here. But the 12 car Wineland, not sure exactly what happened to him. He was right up there with them. Oh, he tags the wall, just maybe a lack of focus for the moment there, and he slammed that outside wall and sent him all the way to the apron. Hurt that race car for sure. As now Alan Hunt takes the lead away from Brandon Andrews. Darren Clement right there. Gonna try and get back by and see if he can get on the lead lap the hard way. But he has a lot of ground to make up. I mean, I don't expect a caution here, but the 42 now peeking in the middle. Thank you, Demi Corey, for the follow. Appreciate you tuning in here tonight and supporting us. As Nicholas Starling has scored your leader right now. He's going to go to the outside of Darren Clement. The 42 machine of Brandon Andrews right there behind him. And the 1 car is really slowing down the 34. We'll see if the 43 makes the move. Doesn't look like he's going to drop down. So Brandon Andrews is going to be able to reel him back in and then try and give him a shot here as they come out of turns 3 and 4. And meanwhile, your other lead lap cars starting to lose a little bit of ground to the top few here. They are only a little ways up in front of the leaders. Justin Carey getting shuffled out of line. He's going to go right in behind Alex Link. So not sure exactly what the decision was there. Maybe 21 was pushing too hard and starting to overheat, but he jumps out of line, now back into line. As we are coming up on lap 130, Nicholas Starling leading this field with Brandon Andrews right there behind him. Andrews a winner on the season, but not sure about Starling. Let's take a look here. No wins yet for the driver, the number 43. He just missed out on advancing to this round. So, you know, he's looking for a little bit of redemption here. Hasn't gotten the win yet this season, but he has run a pretty stellar race. That car is the cleanest one left. And, you know, he's got it out front, so he's put it where it needs to be. And he's in position now that if things go correctly through the pit cycle here, he could potentially win this thing. But they are still running out there. They've been out there for 18 laps and now under 60 to go. Quite a ways to go here, and we'll have to see if they can actually make it to the end of this race before the time limit for the room runs out, because they are at under 49 minutes and at about 49 seconds a lap. It's gonna be close. So we'll have to see now. These drivers starting to make up time though, led by Alex Pelican and Jacob Shorba, currently about 41.5 seconds back of your leaders. But they are running a 49.2 that time by. Your leaders actually ran a 49.1, so they did lose a little time that time by, but the previous lap they had gained about a half second or more. But they are just nose to tail right now. That Rapid Fired Pizza trying to get these guys moving. Or Rapid Fired Pizza car trying to get these guys moving, not the pizza itself. But Nicholas Starling out in front, Brandon Andrews in second. This has not changed, and I don't think it will change here, as they are in front of Darren Clement, who sits 1 lap down. First car 1 lap down. 34 car trapped in between him and then the 38, Matthew Benjamin. The 37 is starting to come back and reel these guys in, so Chris Hansen, also another car that I think is as clean as can be. He has found his way back into contention here. It seemed like he was going to lose the draft, but yeah, that race car, no damage at all, so he has run a good race to this point and up inside the top 5 here with just under 60 to go. And if you haven't already, we encourage you to cheer for your favorite driver in the field and shout out who you think is going to win tonight. And we'll try and follow along with them here for these last 56 laps or so. See where they end up here. Quite a few playoff drivers involved in incidents here tonight, and we'll actually bring up our playoff grid again so that you guys, if you're just tuning in, can figure out exactly what's happened here. Jonathan Hernandez came in as your points leader. He is already locked into round number 3 of the playoffs with his win last week at Dover, but he is out of tonight's race. Going to finish in the 22nd spot, it looks like. But either way, he had a pretty solid run going. Was actually in contention to win stage number 1. I think either stage 1 or stage 2. He got taken out right there at the end of the stage, and was trying to stay on the lead lap, but too much damage ultimately led to. No, he got caught up in another incident, and he ultimately got knocked out of this race. Alex Pelican has been running a clean race. He won stage number 2, so I think all but guaranteeing that he will advance to round number 3 in the round of 8. Justin Carey is up here with these guys, currently in the 10th position. So he's run a pretty solid race as well. He'll score plenty of points and should be in good shape. Brandon Andrews is up here. He's up in 2nd and contending to win tonight. So again, a solid run for the 42. Looking like he might be able to hang on here tonight and possibly advance with a good finish. Shorba has been running a solid race along with Alex Pelican. They've worked together the entire time. Justin Boyles knocked out of this one recently here. He's 25 laps down, sitting on pit road. So Justin Boyles, who had a pretty solid run going, he has been caught up in quite a few things and unable to really continue here. Chris Etcheper is out of the race, 40 laps down. He'll finish around 20th position. Brian Pizzacchemi continues to ride out here after getting caught up in the first incident. He is in 6th position, 33.7 seconds back of your leader. But he's been out there the longest of anyone. But he has done a great job trying to manage this race for himself and try and get a solid finish. And right now making decent time on track with the car that has no front end. Eric Wineland is 25 laps down. He just took over a position from Justin Boyles, so that's definitely going to help his cause. He's right on the cut line there. Christopher White was very fast, maybe the fastest car in this race, and he is out of this race, going to finish 30th tonight. Curtis Valenzuela will finish in 28th. He is out of this race, and then Ryan Strunk took him behind the wall fairly recently. He is in the 17th position. It looks like Brian Pizzacchemi, a big issue there, though. I'm not sure exactly what happened to him. Did he run out of gas? Oh, he blew the engine. The 48 car, who's been able to hang on for so long, he is just not going to be able to make it. You can see the engine expire right there. That 48 car takes it to the apron, and that's going to do it for Brian Pizzacchemi here at Talladega. He'll come away with a top 20 finish, which is still respectable for what he's been through here tonight, but definitely going to be disappointing after staying up there and fighting for so long tonight. The 48 car rolls silently down the back straightaway, and he will most likely just pull it to a stop and tow it to pit road. Nicholas Starling continues to lead. They've been out here for now 25 laps. Brandon Andrews right there behind him. The lead lap drivers yet to pit are Nicholas Starling, Brandon Andrews, Alan Hunt, Matthew Benjamin, and Chris Hansen up there all in this pack. And then the drivers who have already pitted, that's Alex Pelican, Jacob Shorba, Alex Link, and Justin Carey as they make their way around some lap cars here. So they are they're good to go here for a little while. Doesn't look like the leaders showing any signs necessarily of pitting. Actually, they may be coming in this time. Nope. They'll go around another time here, and I think they can go about 7 or 8 more laps, and that might get them to the end if they can do so. It'd be right on the edge. Actually, oh, caution is out on the racetrack. Really don't know what brought that one out. Let's take a look here. It might have been Alan Hunt. The 34 machine. Not sure if he maybe lost an engine here. I didn't notice it. Make his way through turns 1 and 2 here. 12 car jump to the outside, 34 right there in front of him. I don't see any issues with this. The 12 moved to the inside, 34 he tried to close the door. Oh, there it is. 34 goes through the grass. I don't know if he was able to hang on to it. Nope. Sent up into the wall, comes across the racetrack, and that'll bring out a caution here. So that changes things up a little bit, kind of puts the those few cars that pitted early kind of on the back foot, but not necessarily going to be a whole lot worse off. The 34 car, though, suffering some pretty solid damage to add to what he already has. And 8-Bit Koala Man, you can head on to the iRacing members or iRacing League page and search for the iRacing Fantasy Cup Series or the iRacing Fantasy National Series. You can also check out their Facebook page or contact Jacob Shorba on Facebook. They are going to be your main contacts for getting into this series. So I will try and link you the Facebook page here, actually. And I think you might be able to directly message the page. Let's see here. Just posted the link right there in chat. So that's going to be their Cup Series page on Facebook. Is the field now making their way onto pit road. And Nicholas Starling leading the way. Thank you for the follow there, Hell on Wheels 81. Appreciate that. Appreciate the support here tonight. And Superior Blaze, yep. Brian, we saw you blow the engine there. And unfortunately, it's not going to end the way you wanted. But, you know, a lot to be proud of for the perseverance that you showed here tonight. Never giving up. And your car failed you more than you did. So you did everything you could, and you're going to come away with the best finish I think you could possibly have gotten, you know, with things going the way they have. So you'll still end up with a top 20. It's not too bad. Yeah, and we saw it just blow up. That happens sometimes when you got all that nose damage. It just gives up the ghost. Nothing you can do about it. Anyways, Brandon Andrews going to win the battle off pit road. Nicholas Starling second. Matthew Benjamin third. Alex Pelican going to come out fourth. Jacob Shorter fifth. Alex Link sixth. Justin Carey seventh. Alan Hunt going to try and get some of that damage fixed. He'll most likely come out eighth. Chris Hansen actually coming out eighth. Alan Hunt will go to ninth. Darren Clement going to get the lucky dog here. He'll go to 10th. Chad Ginningsman going to take a wave around. And Ginningsman, who pitted 4 laps ago, looks like he's going to get back on the lead lap. So the 22 machine, his perseverance as well definitely has paid off. He's going to be back in contention here. Also, Richard Springer, he pitted 17 laps ago. He is going to be right up here in contention as well. He'll be back on the lead lap if he takes this wave around. They are all going to have to make another pit stop, so this might have worked out just perfectly for these guys. As Alan Hunt continues to sit on pit road in the field, making their way out of turn 4. Hunt will get going here, stay on that lead lap. But meanwhile, let's see if Richard Springer or Chad Ginningsman elects to take it down. They will not. They will stay on the lead lap. That'll get 2 more cars back in contention. We'll have 12 on the lead lap. Let's actually try and get a word in with Chad Ginningsman. We haven't done a in-car interview here for a little bit in this race. Just had quite a bit of green flag race in there. Let's see if we can get Ginningsman in here. Chad Ginningsman, this is Adam in the V-Speed booth. You got a copy?
I got you, Adam.
Well, Chad, it looks like you finally did it. You made it back onto the lead lap here once you get this wave around. You know, your car's been pretty solid, and you've been able to stay up there with them. You think you have anything to contend for a win now that you're back in contention?
I think so. I kept the car pretty clean. Had that little damage on the first crash of the day, but it was only like 10 seconds, so I think it'll be okay. Most of my laps were because of internet issues, but I think I'll be good to go for a run here.
Okay, yeah, that's good to know. I mean, we saw you sticking around, and I'm like, the car looks good. I don't know why he's laps off the pace, but, you know, you do this, I think, almost every race we've watched you, and you just kind of, if you're not up there contending throughout the race, you hang around, and obviously the Penske car is good tonight. Did you guys work on those a lot throughout the week?
I really didn't do too much, but I have a decent setup I knew I'd have, so I just know it would kind of work out if I just kind of concentrate on keeping the car clean throughout the race.
Yeah, 10-4, and you've been able to survive all these massive crashes we've had here, so it looks like you'll be back up there fighting for it. So you know, hopefully we can talk to you at the end. But before we let you go, racing again, anybody you want to give a shout out to real quick?
Just Eric, Justin, and Jordan for helping me out tonight in the race and helped me get all my laps back.
Yeah, 10-4 on that. Well, good luck here, Chad, and hopefully we talk to you later.
All right, thanks, Adam.
That was the number 22 machine, Chad Ginningsman. His perseverance pays off here. He will jump back onto the lead lap here once they get the wave around. But we're going to cut quickly to a short commercial break, and we'll be right back with the green flag. All right, and we are back once again. Let's do a quick recap on tonight's race. Here live from Talladega for race number 2 of the round 2 of the playoffs here in the iRacing Fantasy Cup Series. We've had 8 cautions, 45 lead changes. This is a huge number we have not seen yet in our season here, broadcasting with these guys. So 45 lead changes, quite a competitive race at the front. But there have been a large amount of cars taken out
really the majority of cars taken out of this race. We started with 32 in this, and we're down to 12 on the lead lap. And the 42 machine of Brandon Andrews out in front now gets a great jump on that restart, but that might come back to bite him. Here's the 43 going to slide in behind. And I think we really only have about 8, possibly 9 competitive cars that will be fighting for this at the end. But the 42 jumps to the high line, and Starling's going to go straight to the bottom and just drive right on past. And Brandon Andrews going to follow in behind those two, possibly making a deal. Starling with the Queen race car. Brandon Andrews a bit of damage. Here comes the 38 of Matthew Benjamin up to the high line, and things are going to start to heat up here. They're going to have to make one more pit stop for sure. And about 45 laps to go when they get to the line this time. So they'll probably make a pit stop. I'd say they probably split it in half here. Some of these guys might do short pit, some might take 2 tires, some might take 4, and I think by the end of this we may have 2 or 3 cars battling for the win if they can keep it green the whole way. Chad Ginningsman, who we just talked to, this 22 machine, he's racing with his teammate there, Eric Wineland, also the one of Darren Clement. They're trying to catch back up, a little ways back from your leader. And Ginningsman right here in the 9th position. He was off the lead lap after computer issues, connection issues set him behind, I think 2 or 3 laps. He's finally made his way back onto the lead lap here, and I think he did it at the perfect time. He's been out there, he had to take the wave around, so he's been out there a few extra laps, but it's really not too many. As that one car, Darren Clement, now catching up to the back of Chris Hansen. He's going to try and jump to the outside, but with no help at all, I don't think that's going to work for him. The 37 down low, right in line with the 38. And Chris Hansen's running a great race here. The car as clean as can be. And that same goes for the 43, the 95 as well. 43 machine just so good here in these latter stages. He's been holding down the front position, and Nicholas Starling, let's see how many laps. He's led 13 laps here. They're starting all the way back in 31st position. It's quite a run he's had to be able to survive everything. He was mid-pack at best for the majority of the first half of this race. Brandon Andrews started back in 13th. He has also led 13 laps. Alex Link has not been out front just yet, but he's been up in the top 10 all race. A little damage on that race car, but not too bad. Alex Pelican started in 25th. He won stage 2. He's only led 2 laps here tonight, but he will take that playoff point and all those bonus points. Jacob Shorbo led 22 laps in stage 2, but has yet to find the front once again. He's in the 5th position. Started all the way back in 22nd. Darren Clement has been up inside the top 10 for the majority of the race. He's had his ups and downs. Ultimately, he's found his way back onto the lead lap. Matthew Benjamin led 9 laps, kind of off-sequence pit cycle there, and he's in the 7th position. Chris Hansen started all the way back in 30th. He has run up here in the top 10 for this whole 3rd stage. Chad Ginningsman, like I mentioned, was off the lead lap for a while. Justin Carey back here, he's been solid with 24 laps. Might be the most laps led, or close to that. Alan Hunt has led a couple laps. That car pretty beat up and now well off the pace. Richard Springer, similar situation. He was up inside the top 10 and has been caught up in a couple things here. That car's a little bit off the pace. First car 2 laps down, Barry Stevens. He is up a few spots from where he started. Still quite a bit of damage on that 19 machine. Frank Wineset, 6 laps down. He's continued to make up spots as his cars drop out. We see the 34 of Alan Hunt. Oh, we got Reckon on the back straightaway. That's the 12 machine of Eric Wineland. And did not expect a caution, but this sets us up for an interesting situation here. Let's. All right, looking at the number 12 car here. We see the 10 of Justin Boyles up there. Boyles, I don't know if that. I mean, that looked intentional. But could have had an issue. But definitely just coming out of the corner. Turned straight down into Eric Wineland. That car slams the inside wall. And then gets pointed back around. They make contact again. I didn't see if Alan Hunt. He had a separate issue. No, he's just way back. So those two are wrecking up in front. And
That'll put us under caution one more time. I'm not sure what's gonna happen with that. Anyways, that puts us under caution number 9. Yeah, it did seem intentional. I can't tell for sure. The admins will have to make the decision on that. Anyways, 43 Nicholas Starling is your leader. They're going to be coming to 40 to go. And I think they can go about 35 laps on fuel, maybe a little bit less. But this helps out some of those guys who had to stay out to get back on the lead lap, like Richard Springer. He has 26 laps on his stint here. That's perfect timing for the 14 to make it at least closer to the end. But the 43 leads him onto pit road here. And it's going to be the full field. I don't think anyone would ever select to stay out here, though they may not be able to make it. Oh, the 43 overshoots his box. 37, I think, doing the same thing. Yeah, 37 overshot his box, so you guys with issues. And we'll see if anybody tries 2 tires versus 4. They were only out there for, I don't know, 5-10 laps. 42, Brandon Andrews off and away. He'll win the battle off pit road. Alex Link will make it off second here. 43 of Nicholas Starling third, Alex Pelican fourth, Darren Clement fifth, Matthew Benjamin sixth, Chad Genningsman seventh, Justin Carey in eighth, Richard Springer ninth, 10th is Chris Hansen, Alan Hunt in 11th, and Jacob Shorba sitting on pit road for quite a while here. He might have some admin duties that he is attending to. Back here in the 12th position, just coming off pit road. So, looks like 22 of Chad Genningsman still carrying the banner for you Penske drivers. So, got KSI Rageaholic in chat here. Chad Genningsman has made his way back on the lead lap. That car, I think, is still pretty quick. So, we'll see. We'll have to see if the 22 can contend for anything here. As we don't have a whole lot of laps left. It's going to be pretty interesting to see what happens here. I'll see if we can get a word in with Nicholas Starling. That 43 machine has been pretty good here tonight. I think his car is totally clean, but let's give a call to the number 43. Nicholas Starling, this is Adam in the V-Speed booth. You got a copy?
Yeah, I got a copy, Adam.
Well, Nicholas, you've been up towards the front here in the late stages of this race. Your car looks totally clean. How are you feeling about this last little run here? You think you can try and hang on and take a victory tonight?
I sure hope so. Kind of the strategy at the beginning was I saw kind of how the guys were racing, so just kind of hung back there and kind of kept the car clean. And then kind of in stage 2, I saw things start to calm down and made my way up. And I've had a couple of good guys around me, including the 42, so I've been able to navigate and kind of hold it up there so far, so hopefully come up with a good finish.
Yeah, and you started all the way back in 31st, so you're definitely the biggest mover here tonight. And you know, you've been out front. You've kind of been the class of the field here for these last 25 or so laps. Your car is as clean as can be, and you know, we look forward to seeing if you can finish it out here. But anybody you're planning on working with specifically, or you don't want to give that away just yet?
I'm not going to give it away just yet, but I mean, pretty much I think with the guys we have left, I'm able to trust everybody at this point, racing pretty clean. So just kind of put myself in the right situation and see what we can do.
10-4 on that, and quite a few Chevy cars or Chevy drivers out here still. You guys have been working together. I know some of the Ford drivers have been you know, linking up whenever they can. Did you guys have a game plan to work together throughout this race?
So it's kind of funny how it fell out. I think when we went into practice at the beginning, me and a couple of the Chevy drivers kind of noticed the Ford guys kind of working together on some strategy as far as working together and even hitting pit road. So after seeing that, we kind of gathered and kind of put up a plan, and that's not even including all Chevys because there's been some manufacturers working together, but after some of the Fords gotten a couple of wrecks at the beginning, it's been able to shake out, and we got the Chevys up front.
Yeah, 10-4. I think the majority, but it's about a halfway split. You still got a lot of Mustangs. There's only one Toyota on the lead lap, which is pretty wild. But you guys have done a good job so far. So I'll let you get back to racing here in just a minute. But
before I do that, anybody you want to give a shout out to?
Yeah, just want to give a shout out to Rapid Pizza, Shorba's Paint Shop, and then obviously V-Speed for putting the broadcast on, and all the work that you do. Appreciate it every week, and hopefully we can get out front and get this win.
At 10-4, thank you so much. Thanks for the time here, and we hope to talk to you later.
Awesome. Thanks, Adam.
All right, that was the number 43 machine, Nicholas Starling, who is still in contention up here. Started all the way back in 31st and has moved up to the 3rd position. He has 16 laps led. And we are closing in here on the end of this thing. 32 minutes left in the room here, 38 laps to go. So it's going to be close whether or not they can make it to the end of this thing before the session timer is up. But just want to let you know, you tuned in here on V-Speed, live on Twitch right now. We are live here multiple times throughout the week, and if you like what you see so far tonight, please consider following or subscribing. We want to thank everybody who's followed or subscribed here tonight and continue to support us in that way. You can also check us out on YouTube, where we broadcast on Monday nights, as well as where we post the race replays from here on Twitch. So you can check out last week's race at Dover, which was a great race. Jonathan Hernandez came out on top. Check us out over there if you haven't already. Also, you can find us on Facebook, where we post race announcements each and every time we broadcast. So right before we go live, you'll see the posts over there. You also see them over on Twitter and Instagram. And we also post special race announcements on those platforms, as well as new merchandise. So check us out over there and stay up to speed with what V-Speed's doing. Also, once again, want to give a shout out to tonight's sponsor, Alpha Ornamental Metals. They are the league sponsor, or the series sponsor, and they solve your ornamental metal needs, including steel, aluminum, and iron. Also home of the Streamline Railing, located in Chesterfield, Virginia. Those guys can be found over at facebook.com/Alpha Ornamental Metals. We just put the link there in the chat. Go give them a like on Facebook if you're tuned in here and enjoying the broadcast. And I'm sure they would appreciate the likes over on that platform. So we are closing in on the green flag once again. Very interesting caution in that last one there, and I really don't know what the whole thing was between the 12 and the 10, but anyways, they both are done for the night, I think. Eric Wineland somehow able to continue. That car is even more destroyed than it was before, so he is out here still running for Penske in the 17th position. He's been one to persevere as well. He's made up quite a few positions, I think almost 15 positions by just running out there trying to complete the laps. Now 42, Brandon Andrews is going to get us going here. Alex Link finds himself in the 2nd position on the outside there. So 42 in control of the restart. He's going to go a little early, and the 43 machine going to go with him here. And those two have been working together extremely well and have found themselves now at the front with the laps winding down. Now 43, Starling going to jump out to the outside here, and so he's going to leave the 42. But I think the 42 has damage, and the 43's really been the one. He's helping the 42 get around here, and the combination of the 43 being out front, 42 pushing seems to be what's working the best for them. But the 3 car of Alex Pelican, Jacob Shorba all up there, the 3 clean cars in a line, and the 42, the 51, the 1 car, the 38, all with damage. Justin Carey back here with damage, and then Chris Hansen back here with a clean race car. He's still lagging back just a little bit. He's kind of done this all race, about 5-10 car lengths behind, and has avoided everything so far. So I guess don't fix what's not broke. So now Starling drops to the inside in front of Brandon Andrews. The 3 machine on the outside get a push from Jacob Shorba here down the back straightaway. And they are going to try and power around the outside here. The 3 machine now even with Starling down low. And Pelican and Shorba, some of the front runners here. Oh, they make a big bump there.
Shorba pushing him in the middle of the corner, and that can be a no-no here at these super speedways. 200 miles an hour, it's definitely a risk to put the bumper to somebody, even with these bumpers lining up a little bit better than they used to on these cars. Meanwhile, the 42, a little wiggly down there on the bottom. I don't know if he's trying to find some air in the nose of that car, but he is struggling to keep that thing in line with the 43. And meanwhile, the outside line, they've dropped back just a little bit. The 3 car not able to carry the speed. Here comes Clement peeking to the outside. Andrew's now going to make the jump out there. Probably to get some air to the nose, and Clement going to give him a shot going down into turn 3. Big push now for the 42. That thing is flying, and I don't know how those 2 beat-up cars are beating out the 43 at the moment, but now Starling, now he's powering back on the inside. Pelican still up on the high line. Shorba down low. And these guys still have quite a ways to go. They don't have to race it up too much at the moment, and I think they're starting to realize that it doesn't mean anything to lead laps if you don't make it to the last one. So Brandon Andrews losing a little bit of ground out here now that he's the leader of a line. The 1 car not able to push him. And even with the 3 car back there, he's not right on the back bumpers, so they're not making any progress up high. Jacob Shorba has dropped in line. He allows the 3 of Pelican to get in there, and Chris Hansen now has reeled these guys in. Chad Ginningsman way behind here. I don't know if he had to start at the tail end of the field, but he is way back in the pack here, about 5 seconds behind. Alan Hunt also back here. Richard Springer as well. And he's in a group of other cars, so trying to keep some kind of speed there. And meanwhile, they're kind of shaking and shuffling up here at the front, now starting to settle in a little bit. Brandon Andrews dropped all the way back here. I'm not sure what happened. The 42. He was on that high line with the 1 machine, Darren Clement. And they went into the turn here. The 1 car went way up high. The 42 just sitting duck there. He drops all the way back here to 9th and not able to slot in front. The 1 was up high with him, and they swap positions actually. Brandon Andrews in 9th, Clement in 8th. As they start to reel in Chris Hansen, they jump back to the outside line. They're going to try and make it work one more time, but no real support up there other than those 2. The 38 starts to peak up high. They get a big run through the tri-oval, so maybe it is going to work. I'm not sure if they're just kind of taking it easy down on the low line, but those guys not taking it so easy on that high line. And we are closing in on 30 to go. We currently have 26.5 minutes left in the session here. Not exactly sure. The 43 machine, Nicholas Starling, continues to lead. He's got the 51 of Alex Link behind him. And quite a few more cars on that low line, but that 1 in 42 teammates up there making it work. So those Chip Ganassi machines doing a good job for the moment. Trying to power around the outside. They haven't quite reached the front, but they're in contention, and if they get a little bit more help up there, based on what they've shown here these last couple laps, I think they might have a shot at it. But things starting to wind down here, and it's been a long time coming. A pretty long race here, full length. And we've had 9 cautions, 48 lead changes. We might get another one here if that 1 car can beat the 43 to the line. He gets a big push from Brandon Andrews, but we are under caution. The 34 car of Alan Hunt either blowing an engine or going around here on the back straightaway. Not sure what happened to Alan Hunt. Let's take a look. So the 12 car behind him, 34 gets on the apron, starts wobbling here. 12 car gets underneath him, gets a little tag. They go around, down onto the apron. 34 comes up the track, slams that outside wall, and that's going to hurt his chances of even finishing here. I don't know if that car is going to have enough energy left in it to finish this thing out. So Brings out caution number 10. We're just about to get real good at the front. Nicholas Starling was your leader. But Darren Clement was starting to challenge for the lead up there, and we will have to wait until after the caution to resume that battle. And, these guys might actually take it down pit road now, and they will be able to make it from here. And that is a huge break for Chad Ginningsman, who was well behind the rest of these drivers. He's now able to get back into the lead pack, and really not sure what happened to him. He had a short stop, so maybe didn't take tires. But he was well behind the rest of the field. Alan Hunt sitting on pit road now, trying to get some damage fixed. I think he's going to go a lap down as the rest of these guys making it onto pit road right now. The 19 machine, Barry Stevens, makes his way off of pit road. I believe he's going to be on the lead lap. So Perseverance paying off for the 19. Alan Hunt taking it behind the wall, so he's going to be done here tonight. And the 43 of Nicholas Starling slides into his box there nicely. Actually, I think he might have had to back up a little bit there. As they, let's see if we can get a look at the front. He makes it out of his box. Power slide out of there. Let's see if he can win the battle. Alex Link about to make it out. Darren Clement going to win the battle. He takes 2 tires. Brandon Andrews also taking 2. He'll come out second. Nicholas Starling taking 2, but not a great stop, so possibly did slide through the box. And he comes out in third. Alex Pelican will come out fourth. Jacob Shorba fifth. Alex Lake sixth. Justin Carey seventh. Matthew Benjamin eighth. Chris Hansen ninth. Chad Ginningsman in 10th. And Barry Stevens in 11th. Richard Springer will be in the 12th position. We still have 12 cars on the lead lap. Alan Hunt taking it behind the wall, though, and he will be done for the night. Might open up an opportunity for Eric Wineland to gain another position, along with Tim Williams and Frank Wineset, who continue to run out there 4 and 5 laps down, respectively. But we're going to cut quickly to a side-by-side commercial break, and we'll be right back with the green flag. Still waiting to get going here. Darren Clement is going to be your leader. I think we still have at least one caution lap to go. Pace car lights are still on as far as I can tell. So the field working through turns 1 and 2, and it's probably going to be about another 3 or 4 minutes. So we're going to run those commercials one more time, and we'll be right back. And we are back. Field working their way down the back straightaway. This is going to be the last caution lap here for this this caution number 10. Or actually, is that caution number? That is caution number 10. Yes. And we want to give a shout out to me, Tom, for following here tonight. Appreciate your support tonight. And we are getting close to wrapping this thing up. Still 25 to go, but I'm not sure if they're going to make it the whole way. With the session about to expire here in 21 minutes. Right now, Darren Clement is your leader. He likes to take the outside line over Brandon Andrews on the inside line. And a few things to note here as we are about to have the pace car come down pit road. Brandon Andrews is a playoff driver. Darren Clement is not. Alex Pelican in 4th is. Jacob Shorba in 5th is. Justin Carey in 10th is. And I believe that is it left in this race, in contention at least. Yeah, that's going to do it for all of the playoff drivers. Big move by the one car. He jumps all the way down to the inside before they get to the start-finish line. I'm not sure if the leaders or the admins here are going to penalize that move. But in real NASCAR, that is an illegal move. So the one car changing lanes. The 42 now coming up behind him. Big run, Alex Pelican up high, just all by himself. 42 had to check up a little bit before he gave the push to the one. But Pelican not going to be able to make up any ground all by his lonesome up there. He's going to try and drop down in line, I think. He will drop in line behind Jacob Shorba into that 5th position. Shorba running in 4th right there, a playoff contender. Nicholas Starling, who got knocked out after the Roval, currently sits 13th in the points, outside of the playoff picture. But he'd look for some redemption here tonight and try and capture a victory. He did miss a couple races in that first round of the playoffs. And right now it's the Chip Ganassi teams at the front. And we've got Richard Petty Motorsports right here in the 3rd position. And then we have Levine Family Racing, the 95 rapid-fired pizza machine. And then RCR. And we have Front Row Motorsports, JTG Daugherty. And then we've got Chad Ginningsman up here for Penske, along with the affiliate Wood Brothers 21 cars. So Ginningsman has run a really good race to be up here in contention, 8th place with under 25 to go. And right now, these guys just pushing single file right now. I would probably recommend that they do so if they have any shot of finishing tonight's race in the time period that they've got, because it is going to be close, running 50-second laps. They still have 23 to go and only 19 minutes to do that. So I'm not sure what the math works out to, but I think it's going to be right on the bubble of making it or not. And if they wreck one more time, most likely it'll end under caution, or it will end prematurely. So the 42 and the 1 trying to hang on to these top 2 spots. Nicholas Starling here in the 3rd position. Jacob Shorba right there behind them. He's looking for maybe a way to make a move here. And we do have 12 cars on the lead lap right now, quite a few of them back here. Barry Stevens and Alex Link kind of stuck in this pack, along with Richard Springer. As they make contact, the 31 and the 14. The 31 came way up the track. The 19 trying to slot in line down low, and he will find a spot right there in front of the 96. But I think if we're going to have an incident, it might be the difference in speed from some of these cars that have noses and then the other ones that don't. So the 31 car is a little bit wobbly here. He's opening up the door for Pizzakemi, who has made his way back on the racetrack. And now 31 Frank Weinstedt will get out of the way and just let everybody on by. He has nobody contending with him on that lap. He's currently in the lucky dog position, actually. As the 19 machine of Barry Stevens makes his way now down on the inside. He'll move into the top 10. Eric Wineland gets turned and up into the wall. No caution somehow, but that car, that's probably going to end Wineland's day, as it looks like he's not running right now. We'll see if he takes it behind the wall here. No, he does get moving again. Caution does come out. So Eric Wineland getting sent around. Not sure if that was what caused it. Looks like that probably was it. Yep, the 12 machine getting sent around. He's been involved in a lot of stuff here in this second half of the race, as much work as he's put in to try and finish this thing. He is still in 16th, and that car basically destroyed. Let's go back and see. Coming through turns 3 and 4, the 12 machine in the middle, the 19 down low. He's right there, tried to come down. The 96 was there. They get sent around. He bounces off the outside wall. 96 Tim Williams able to continue. Eric Wineland obviously came to a stop on the apron there, and obviously the admins decided that was caution worthy. So Wineland going to be in the pits here, probably going to either be done for the night, which might hand a position back to Eric or to Brian Pizzakemi, and those two right on the bubble with each other. They're actually tied coming into the race here for 8th and 9th. Thank you, Jewelry Lady, for the follow. Appreciate your support tonight here on V-Speed. Brian Pizzakemi, Eric Wineland, as I was saying, are tied for the points. Let's bring up the points here, actually. So if Brian Pizzakemi can at least beat Eric Wineland, they are in pretty good position to both make it up a position as Etcheper in 20th. He may have gotten some stage points, but he's going to finish behind them both. Ryan Strunk finishing behind them both. Christopher White and Curtis Valenzuela are out of this race as well. Justin Boyles is going to finish behind them. So it's still going to stay, I think, relatively similar towards the cut line, but Pitsakemi looking for every advantage he can get as he now takes over that position. Or actually, Wineland is back on track, so he will hold on to the 16th position. He has a 1 lap advantage over Brian Pitsakemi, and only less than 20 laps to go in here, so he might be able to finish this thing out and hold on to that spot. Meanwhile, we're working under caution number 11. We've had 49 lead changes, and I was saying we might hit 50 lead changes tonight, and I am guessing that's probably what's going to happen. I don't know who's going to end up taking this because there are so many cars up here in the top 5 that are still competitive. But I think we'll get 2 or 3 more lead changes, so we'll probably hit that 50 number, no issues. But we are under caution one more time here. I'm going to go to the side-by-side, and hopefully this is the last one, and we can maybe run this thing out under green. right, and we are back. Hopefully to finish this thing out. Lap 172. Right now it is the Chip Ganassi machines on the front row here for this restart. We want to thank everybody for tuning in here. Thanks for the follows. The gifted sub there by King Sloshbuckler. Thank you so much. Wrapping this thing up. And we have 12 cars on the lead lap remaining in this. Hopefully we can keep it green here to end this thing out. I may have been incorrect about the time limit left. It looks like there is still quite a bit of time in this session, so we will be finishing all the laps here, regardless of what happens here. And of course, green and white checkers are turned on, so we probably have 2 or 3 attempts at that. At the front, though, Brandon Andrews, Darren Clement. I believe Clement going to be your leader with control here, and they time it together. The 1 and the 42 go both at the same time, and Darren Clement with the advantage, though. The 42 going to let him drop in here most likely. And Brandon Andrews looking for a victory here. He is a playoff driver. Comes in 4th in the standings. If he could secure his way in tonight, I'm sure he would like that. And I think the 1 car going to try and get him up there to try and get that victory. Meanwhile, Alex Pelican back here in the 4th position. He is one of our playoff drivers. Justin Carey in 7th, this 21 machine, also a playoff driver. And then Jacob Shorba, of course, back here in the 9th position as he makes his way around Barry Stevens, who is well off the pace. Shorba going to try and get around Alex Link and get up there and battle with these other drivers up towards the top 5. But he has a little ground to make up after handling some race admin duties there. He's battling side by side with Link, coming across the start-finish line. Now he will jump out in front of him, probably drop down in line, and try and set his sights forward onto the battle ahead. So we are closing in on 10 to go. And it has been a long race here. We've been broadcasting almost 4 hours, but we are almost done with this thing. So Darren Clement out in front, Brandon Andrews in 2nd. They're still hanging on to these top 2 spots. The 43 of Nicholas Starling, who's been a front runner here for the last 60 laps or so. He is in this 4th position, battling side by side with Chad Ginnigsman, who I figured would find his way towards the front. And he was very patient for so long as the 1 car jumps up in front, tries to throw that block there. Ginnigsman stays right on his back bumper, and the 1 not going to be able to jump back down in line with his teammate. Brandon Andrews going to try and lead that inside line, but the 22 giving the 1 a big push down the straightaway here, and they're going to just run right past them. The 1 jumps back down in line. The 21 now with the push on the 22, and Ginnigsman just powering forward. Jacob Shorba up there on that high line as well. So it's 3 versus, I think, 4 down on the bottom. Alex Pelican, a 4th car in line down here. We've got a couple more stragglers a bit farther back. The 38 machine, Matthew Benjamin, and the 51 of Alex Link. Chris Hansen, once again, still hanging back here about a second or so. Somehow able to hang on to the draft somewhat, but he's just basically done this all race and still is up here in the top 10. Ganassi teammates down low, and then Penske and Wood Brothers working together up high. And we are at 13 to go. 42 car drifts up a little bit. They stay away from the 21 though. And now nose to tail, those bottom 3 cars really pushing hard. The 42 not quite centered on the 1. You gotta be careful with those bumps when you do that kind of stuff. The 22 a little wobbly on turn entry, but he's got the nose out front. Chad Ginnigsman has made the ultimate recovery here tonight, and he is leading the field. Oh, and the 21 goes around. The 42 gets turned, and he's gonna get sent around. Jacob Shorba got into the 21, trying to make his way forward. Chad Ginnigsman and Darren Clement able to survive that, but that brings out another caution here. Looking at Jacob Shorba right here, the 95 machine, as they were coming around the corner. It's a big tap there. It turns the 21 down into the 42, 43. Nicholas Starling sent
slams down in the inside wall. What's yeah, nothing Nicholas could have done as he hits the back end. That car, that'll make you dizzy. The 21 car, a playoff contender, caught up in this. Also the 42 machine, Brandon Andrews, who's up there, playoff driver, caught up. Chris Hansen, I believe, made it through. Yep, he did, and once again, that 37 car, no damage. I think he's the last one with no damage left here in the field, so. Darren Clement will continue to lead, but we are back under caution here, caution number 12, and that's going to put us under 10 laps to go. Probably another 5 to 10 minutes of pacing here, so. If you're enjoying the action here tonight, you can get your own iRacing Fantasy Cup Series merch. A portion of the sale of either the hat or t-shirt goes directly into the league funds here and helps fund what they are doing in their various series. The first 25 to use the code FANTASY5 will save $5 on your purchase of $10 or more. You can check that out at the VSpeed shop at vspeedsim.com/shop. You can use that code on any product in the store over $10 or any purchase over $10, but only the hat and shirt for either the Cup Series or National Series will contribute back to the league here. I also want to give a shout out to Renegade Coffee Bar. It's a pre-workout replacement bar made of fair trade Colombian coffee beans, and it is vegan and gluten-free. It's packed with caffeine and beta-alanine to get you through your workouts or just through your day. And you can save 20% on your purchase of a Renegade Coffee Bar product if you head to renegadecoffeebar.com and use the code RENEGADE20. They're delicious little bars. I could probably use one right about now, as we are now just about at 10 to go. These guys going to pace around here, probably 3 more laps, maybe 4 more laps. It's about 2.5 minutes a lap. So let's go back to the main scene here. I didn't mean to show our merchandise one more time. But again, you are tuned in live on VSpeed. We are live on Twitch right now. We appreciate everybody who's followed and subscribed here tonight. Thanks for the bits from you guys. If you haven't already and you're enjoying the broadcast, please consider following. You can also subscribe, which goes a long way to helping support us. You can use an Amazon Prime account if you have one. You can link it directly to Twitch and get a free Twitch Prime sub every month, and you could use that here on VSpeed if you'd like. We would really appreciate that. We're currently at 10 subscribers, and if we get a few more here, we're going to unlock our second level emote, which is the oof emote, which we'll put that in chat right now, actually. That's what it would look like. It's a great one, not just for watching the races here, but for any other stream you might be watching. I haven't seen any other ones that say oof, and that one pretty easy to read, so that's a pretty good one. And then if you subscribe with a tier 3 subscription, which is what we're calling the pro subscription, you also get the put it out yellow flag emote, so those are pretty cool. And that's if you're a subscriber only. Also, you'll be able to skip ads, or you won't actually even see any ads that we run under cautions. So definitely a lot of benefits to subscribing here. You can also check us out on YouTube, where we broadcast on Monday nights for the Ford Entertainment Group iRacing Flea Market Series, and we also post our race replays over there about a week after they're live on Twitch. You can check out last week's race at Dover, which was a pretty great race with a very dramatic finish, where Jonathan Hernandez ultimately stole the win away from Chris James in the closing laps. You can also check us out on Facebook, where we post announcements for each and every race throughout the week. So we post stuff over there, not only of the broadcast, but also our race team's action. Last night, myself and one of my teammates, Seth Hatchell, we actually ran quite a few official races, and were fairly successful. We won our last one there, pushing nose to tail in the B cars. So a lot of fun, and we're often doing lots of different things, even in real world racing. So check us out over there on Facebook, where we post a lot of those updates. You can also check us out on Instagram and Twitter, where we post similar updates to that, as well as new merchandise and special event announcements. So check us out over there. Give us a like or follow if you haven't already. and really appreciate the support. In tonight's race, I keep hitting that advertisement. This race, of course, the iRacing Fantasy Cup Series, race number 2 of round 2, and it has been a race of attrition. We are down to, I think it's going to be 10 cars possibly left in this one. Jacob Shorba taking an EOL, it looks like. He's going to go to the end of the line here and come out in 11th. So they're still pacing here. We're going to go to side-by-side one last time, let's hope, and we'll be right back with the green flag. All right, and we are back. That was a bit shorter than I expected. But we're going to be getting the green flag this time. It's Darren Clement, Barry Stevens, that 19 car. He is stuck with it here tonight and somehow found his way up onto the front row here on this restart. But Chad Gittingsman, Alex Link right behind them. And I think maybe some of our top contenders did receive some damage on that last wreck. But the one machine, going to get him going here. Green flag back in the air. On lap 181, we're going to have 8 to go. As the 42 machine, Brandon Andrews is going to jump down to the inside with the 51. Barry Stevens throws the block on the 51, and that's really going to hold these guys up because I think Barry is a bit off the pace. But the top 3 now in line. Looks like the 19 actually starting to close back in. And I think it's going to get a little crazy here, even crazier than it's already been. So 19 machine right behind the 37. He's in 4th position. The 42, Brandon Andrews, going to mount a charge here on the high line. Got a push from Alex Pelican. And they are making some serious progress up there as the number 1 machine. We got the Pennzoil machines back-to-back, 1st and 2nd. But yeah, those top cars up there actually making a serious run. Brandon Andrews leading the way. Alex Pelican, one of the fastest cars tonight. Right here in the 4th position, trying to push him forward. And it looks looks like they had a third car that dropped down in the bottom. I think that was the 43 machine of Nicholas Starling. We are closing in on 5 to go here. We got Stormwolf in chat cheering for Alex Link, who currently rides in the 9th position, that 51 car. He's lost a few spots on this restart, but he's got Jacob Shorba behind him, and he's got the 21 of Justin Carey, a couple playoff drivers surrounding him. So, you know, they're definitely trying to make it to the front, and the 51 could maybe ride along with them up there. But up at the front here, Brandon Andrews has stormed to the front here, and he is going to lead this lap over his teammate Darren Clement. And Alex Pelican right there in tow. Nicholas Starling somehow still in contention after slamming that inside wall with the back end of his car. Didn't receive too much nose damage, I don't think, but really just from getting hit on the right side. That car was clean for almost the entire race, and he just got caught up there. And now that outside line starting to wane a little bit as the one machine and the push from Chad Ginningsman starting to overcome the damage that those two on the outs, or those 3 cars on the outside have. Here comes the 37 of Chris Hansen down low. 21 of Justin Carey as well. And the 22 of Ginningsman going to make the move to the middle. That's going to force the 42 out of line. Brandon Andrews, he's going to continue to receive help, and the 22 going to be all by himself in the middle here. We'll see. He actually might need to jump up if he can. He goes to try and make the move, but he can't. He's stuck here. He's going to be trapped. Maybe going to go backwards too. Chris Hansen down low. There's no room for the 22 to slide in. It looks like he was almost going to try to. And here comes Jacob Shorba up the middle, 3 wide, 2 rows deep at the front of the field. Jacob Shorba making up a huge amount of positions. He gets a massive shot to Chad Ginningsman. Going to put the 22 out in front now at 5 to go. Coming to 4 to go this time. Jacob Shorba has found his way back to the front. And that race car, one of the few that has little to no damage. I think maybe the only one at this point. The 37 of Chris Hansen, that car also looks really clean. I think he has a little wrinkle on the left front. Actually, no, 37 and the 95 both clean. The only ones left. And the 22 Chad Ginningsman, like I said before, the ultimate recovery. He has made his way to the front of the pack after being out of contention multiple laps down. I thought I heard some sliding around here, but we're still moving. 4 to go. Going to be coming to 3 to go as the 43 gets it. Tags the 38 there as he slammed the door on him. And these guys really need to line up the bumps here with these laps remaining. Somebody's going to get turned. The 38 trying to slot in line, but he keeps drifting up to the second lane, leaving a gap open. The 43's been looking. The 21 doing the similar thing up in front of him. Here goes the 38 now to the high side. And Nicholas Starling going to take over on the inside for him. They make their way across the bumps there in the tri-oval. 3 to go, and we might just finish this thing out. 42, Brandon Andrews jumps up to the high line. Brian Pizzakemi somehow still out here. He's in the 15th position. Eric Wineland has dropped another lap. He is well back here and almost in danger of losing another one, but Pizzakemi has passed him, so Pizzakemi with the advantage in that battle at the cut line. Right now it's the Pennzoil machines, the 22, the 1. Jacob Shorba, the rapid-fired Pizza Camry up on the high line. He's got no help at the moment. And Chris Hansen has found his way into a good position here into the 3rd car on the low line. And the 3 car of Alex Pelican now trying to make his way forward. What does he do here? What's the move with 3 to go, coming to 2 to go? Does he jump out high? No, he'll give the 95 a shot here on the front straightaway. Down past the start-finish line. Big run for the 95 and the 3. The 22 machine down low, trying to hang on to this lead. He's challenged. He's come so far from being laps down deep in the field. And he leads this thing, but the 95, a huge run. Here comes the inside line once again, though. The 1 car of Darren Clement timing these runs just perfectly, and they're going to stay alongside and side by side, coming to the white flag this time. Can they make it back to the stripe? Is anybody going to make a bold move here? And they are side by side for the entire field. Coming up on Eric Wineland, the 12 car. This could throw a wrench in the plans of these drivers at the front. They're still nose to tail. Nobody makes a move. 51 on the apron a little bit, but the white flag in the air. We're going to end this thing under green, but will they all make it back? That is the question. Right now it's side by side at the front. The 22, Chad Ginningsman, the 95 of Jacob Shorba, and then behind them, Alex Pelican, Darren Clement, and then Brandon Andrews and Chris Hansen. They're bobbing and weaving all the way down the back straightaway. Who's going to make the jump out to the third lane? There's the 42. He makes the move. The 3 goes up high to block. Not going to work for Alex Pelican. I don't think he doesn't have any help. The 42 trying to come up the middle. That's going to cost the 95 some time. But will they be able to time the run here? The 42 not close enough. It looks like Chad Ginningsman maybe going to hang on to this. The 1 car makes the jump. They're going to be side by side at the line. The 37 is going to be coming to give a bump. And I think Chad Ginningsman is going to be able to hang on. Ginningsman going to win at Talladega. I can't believe they made it back. What a run by Chad Ginningsman. The full recovery, and he wins at Talladega. Heck of a race by the 22. And I'm sure he is just ecstatic right now. That was about all you could really ask for a race here. He leads 6 laps, and really just at the end there, that 22 machine. He kept it fairly clean, recovered from those issues. Darren Clement finishes in the 2nd position. Jacob Shorba coming home in the 3rd spot. And tonight, since it's been such a long race, we're just going to interview our winner, Chad Ginningsman, when he gets back around here to do his burnouts. But tonight's race brought to you by Alpha Ornamental Metals. Ended up being a good finish for these guys, which I'm thankful for. We had quite a string of cautions there for a while. But Alpha Ornamental Metals, they solve your ornamental metal needs, including steel, aluminum, and iron. Home of the Streamline Railing, located in Chesterfield, Virginia. Check those guys out on Facebook, give them a like, and support them over there. Meanwhile, Chad Ginningsman getting ready to do his celebratory burnout here. He lines it up here in front of the fans on the start-finish line. Gets that engine all revved up, ready to go. He's giving a nice push here to his teammate, the 12 of Eric Wineland. And Chad Ginningsman comes away your winner. We're going to go straight to the post-race interview here with Chad. And let's bring him up in here. Chad Ginningsman, this is Adam in the V-Speed booth. You have a copy?
I got you, Adam.
Well, Chad, I don't know what else to say, but that was a heck of a drive, and you made the full recovery. You know, we had our eye on you, and how'd you get this thing done tonight?
Really, I think keeping the car clean from the most part was the big thing. I know a lot of the cars up at the end probably had a lot more damage than I did, so that helped a lot. I know if I wasn't clean when I got put in the middle of the 2 lanes, it probably would have sent me to the back, but I think I have enough of nose where it got me an advantage.
Yeah, and your car, one of the cleanest left out there, and I mean, it definitely goes to show that, you know, just perseverance. You kept at it, you know, the whole race, no matter how far behind you were, and you know, it was definitely a, you know, fun to watch you make those moves and, you know, ultimately hold them off at the end. But were you worried that some of those guys were going to be able to take the jump on you and you weren't going to be able to stop them?
It was a little scary when Darren had about a 2-car length lead on the outside, but once Jacob got there, it kind of made it where I knew Darren was going to have to stick to my bumper, but then with 2 to go, Jacob fell back, and then I was a little bit worried that Darren was going to get a run and get me, and he almost did come to the finish line, but I think his nose damage probably was a little bit of a parachute.
Yeah, and you beat him by 18,000, so about as close as it gets. You know, your teammates had quite a really bad night, we'll just say. But you carry the banner for the Penske guys tonight. Eric, you know, showed his perseverance as well. He came home 16th, which definitely means a lot. But you know, how important is it for you to get the win out here while those guys, you know, didn't have quite the races that they were expecting?
I think it's pretty important to show that we still had speed as a team. I know Eric might have been the fastest car. Even with coming back 20 laps down, he was still pushing Justin in the 21 to the lead quite a few times. So it just shows that when we can keep the cars clean, we can get them to the finish and end the victory lane.
Yeah, 10-4, and you guys definitely work quick. Even Jordan Brockle with his issues early on, he was recovering well and ultimately got caught up in the same one that Eric first got caught up in. But
You know, we go to Kansas next week. I don't know if you're going to be filling in over there, or you know, if you have plans for next week.
Not yet. I know I'll be running in the final 8 for the Xfinity race on Friday night, so I think I'll probably be concentrating on that. But if a ride opens up, I'll probably try to do the double duty again.
Yeah, 10-4. Well, it's so good to see you finally have, you know, the finish over here. You've run well, and you know, you persevere every single week, and you finally came out on top here in the Cup Series. Anybody want to give a shout out to that made tonight's victory possible?
Eric, Justin, and Jordan, all from Team Penske and Wood Brothers, we worked together well tonight and kind of had a good game plan to get to victory lane. It's just some of us were able to keep the cars clean, and the rest of us kind of had a little bit of damage and had rough nights, but really we just worked well as a team. And then Darren Clement for the push those last 5 or 6 laps once I got around him.
Yeah, 10-4. Well, congratulations once again, Chad Ginningsman. You're the winner here tonight. Started back in 11th. You only led 6 laps, and they were the 6 laps that counted. You come away tonight's winner, so go celebrate, and hopefully we'll see you next week.
All right, thank you, Adam.
That was Chad Ginningsman, our winner here tonight. I don't think we're going to be doing the second and third place interviews, but Darren Clement finishes in second. He leads 28 laps tonight, had a pretty good race here tonight. He had a couple issues throughout, but recovered nicely and was in contention to win, only losing by 18 thousandths of a second. Third place was Jacob Shorba. He led 22 laps after starting all the way back in 22nd, and really was a contender there for the final third of the race. So that's pretty much going to do it for tonight's event. We're going to run through our results and, you know, kind of highlight any of these playoff drivers that might be in a tight situation going into next week at Kansas. To recap, we had 12 cautions, 51 lead changes, so we did hit that number 50, which I was expecting us to be right around there after the first stage produced 28 lead changes. Chad Ginningsman comes out on top. He's a fill-in driver here for that 22 machine, and showed that he probably deserves a ride here in this Cup Series. Really great drive by him to come back from multiple laps down and take the victory here in the closing laps. Darren Clement will come home in second, just a little bit short, but great run by him as well. Jacob Shorba third. Third place was Chris Hansen, who ran cleanly the entire race, probably the only clean race car left in the field. Brandon Andrews came home in fifth. That's going to help his chances getting into the round of 8 in the playoffs here. Brandon Andrews came in fourth in points with a pretty good gap over the cut line, I think 30 points, and this is only going to increase that. Justin Carey comes home in sixth, so another situation where he came in third, well above the cut line, and this is only going to extend that gap. So he may have locked himself in, potentially. Same with Jacob Shorba, Brandon Andrews. They may have locked themselves in on points after tonight's finish. Alex Link comes home in seventh. Good run by that driver in the 51. The 43 of Nicholas Starling, a contender there in the last third, but ultimately getting caught up in a wreck, and I don't think he had quite the speed that he had before that at the closing laps. So he comes home 8th. 9th was Alex Pelican, once again cementing himself as a contender here, probably going to advance with that finish. And 10th was Matthew Benjamin. In 11th, it was Barry Stevens. In 12th, Richard Springer. 13th was Frank Weinset. 14th was Tim Williams. 15th was Brian Pizzakemi, who came in on the cut line in 8th position here in points. And he will probably extend, or at least separate himself somewhat from Eric Wineland, who finishes behind him. Pizzakemi got caught up early, but ran this thing out and comes home with the top 15, so a lot to be proud of. And he was actually working on a top 10 there for a little while before getting caught up or before his engine expired on him. Eric Wineland comes home in 16th here, right behind him, so it'll be interesting to see how things shake out. In 17th, it was Alan Hunt. In 18th, Ryan Strunk, who came in at the bottom of the playoff grid, but will make up a few points on some drivers, but not going to make them up on the right ones. He'll come home 18th tonight. In 19th was Justin Boyles, who got caught up in a late incident there with Eric Wineland, and he finishes in 19th, and not going to help his chances here in the playoffs. He's going to get closer to the cut line after that finish. Chris Echeper finishes in 20th here, so same deal for him. He came in actually tied with Justin Boyles and ultimately finishes one spot behind him, so going to lose points to Boyles, and I think going to be much closer to the cut line than he wanted to be.
Jarrett Small will finish in the 21st position. Jonathan Hernandez, who came in locked into round 3, he is in 22nd. Dylan Canova caught up early, finishes 23rd. Rick Webb, 24th. Daniel Hallis finishes in 25th position. 26th was Josh Kosick. And 27th, Jeremy Boucher. 28th, Mark Brannigan. 29th was Curtis Valenzuela, who came in here below the cut line in 11th. And he is not going to come out of here with too many points tonight. So that's not going to help him. Dakota Jorgensen finishes in the 30th position. And the last two to take to the field tonight, Christopher White, who came in the 10th position in points, he comes home in 31st position. So very fast race car, but nothing to show for it here tonight. And Jordan Brockle, the last driver to start tonight's race, he finishes in 32nd position. After starting from pit road, he was able to get up inside the top 15 and got caught up in a wreck there on the backstretch. But he finishes in 32nd and last car on the field. But again, tonight's race winner was Chad Ginningsman. We want to thank you for tuning in, sticking with us this whole broadcast. It's been over 4 hours, 4 hours and 15 minutes. If you haven't already, please consider subscribing or following, supporting us in that way. That's the last time we'll talk about that tonight. But we were live tonight on Twitch. We're going to be live on YouTube over on Monday nights, every other Monday night or so. So check us out on that platform. That's also where we post race replays. So check us out there for those. Also, if you want to stay tuned with what we're doing throughout the week, just check us out on Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter. All the links on the screen there. It's where we post race announcements, special events, and merchandise updates. So stay up to date with what V-Speed's doing. And again, tonight's race, the Talladega 188, presented by Alpha Ornamental Metals and Rapid Fired Pizza. We will be back with these guys next week at Kansas, so check us out then. Thanks, everyone. Have a good night.